And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. We'll call this meeting to order. We'll start with item number 1, which is the land acknowledgement, and I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishab people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miigwech. Moving on to item number 2 is proclamations. 2.1, Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Education Appreciation Day. It is a recommended motion that Council proclaim October 21st, 2025 as Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day in the town of Wasaga Beach. Any questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting a member of council feels they have a pecuniary interest, please let us know for the record at that time. Item number 4 is the adoption of the agenda, and the recommended motion is that the contents of the agenda for September 11th, 2025 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Ego and Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5 is approval of the minutes, and the recommended motion that the minutes of the council meeting held August 14th, 2025 be adopted as circulated. Any questions on those minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 6 is public meetings. We have no public meeting today. And item number 7 is presentation, the municipal accommodation tax. Staff will now provide a presentation on the municipal accommodation tax and discuss the accompanying report. And I believe Caitlin's here to do that this morning. Good morning, Caitlin. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor Smith and members of council. So this morning, as Mayor Smith said, I'll be presenting on municipal accommodation tax, and we refer to that as MAT for short. And I'm also going to be going through how Wasaga Beach can move forward with the implementation of this tax. I'm going to go pretty quick because I know I have a time limit, but I have a lot of information I'd like to share with you all today. So this is the roadmap for the presentation. We're going to cover what MAT is, why it matters to Wasaga Beach, what we heard from the community and the industry, revenue potential, administration, the proposed framework, and also the next steps. Okay, so MAT is a tax on short-term accommodations and was introduced by the province in 2017. To date, over 80% of Ontario municipalities have implemented the tax. It allows municipalities like Wasaga Beach to collect a small percentage on overnight stays, which can be then reinvested into local tourism development. It was designed to be a tax paid by not paid by residents or the taxpayer, but instead paid by the visitor to help develop and promote the community that it's paid in. So MAT establishes a sustainable revenue source dedicated specifically to supporting tourism. So this means that the people who benefit most from our local tourism sector, which is our visitors, are helping to fund its growth and improvement. So it enables the town to reinvest in key areas that directly enhance the visitor experience, manage the community, and strengthen our destination's appeal. So this can include things like events and festivals, marketing campaigns, and infrastructure improvements like roads, services, and parking. So MAT ensures that tourism pays for tourism instead of putting that cost on residents and local business owners. So as we consider the implementation of the tax, it's important to note that it isn't a standalone idea. It's a strategic recommendation that actually came directly from our 2024 Tourism Destination Management Plan, TDMP. So this plan was developed with extensive input from residents, visitors, tourism operators, and regional partners, and it identifies MAT as a key tool that is needed to help strengthen our visitor economy in a responsible way. So this strategy recognizes that we need a sustainable funding resource to provide dedicated long-term revenue to support tourism. The TDMP also tells us that we need to align with other best practices in communities around us, like Collingwood and Blue Mountains, and they've already began to collect the tax earlier this year. Finally, implementing MAT signals that we see tourism as a vital economic driver, not just a seasonal add-on, and it allows us to invest strategically in our future as a four-season destination. So I'll also add that at the last council meeting in August, the Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee brought forward a recommendation to council to proceed with MAT. So MAT applies to transient accommodations of less than 31 days, hotels, motels, STRs, B&Bs, and roofed campground accommodations. Exceptions include hospitals, universities, long-term care homes, and shelters. So one of the most common concerns we hear is, will a municipal accommodation tax discourage visitors? And my short answer to that is no. So across Ontario, communities have implemented MAT and have not experienced or reported a decline in tourism. In fact, many municipalities have gone on to increase their MAT rate or expand its application, which actually suggests that there is a strong continued demand and confidence in the tourism sector for those communities. And then here in Wasaga Beach, we've reviewed many reports from many Ontario municipalities that have adopted MAT, and we haven't seen any examples where MAT caused a drop in visitation. So, and that's because MAT is a standard industry practice, not just in Ontario, but across Canada and globally. So visitors are accustomed to seeing local taxes on accommodations now. So this graph shows us a long-term view of tourism visitation in Wasaga Beach, covering data from 2002 to 2024. And what stands out the most is the strong rebound we've seen in recent years. So in 2021, we began to recover from a tourism slowdown. And then by 2023, visitation was up 25% over the previous year, and 2024 saw a 17% increase from 2023. So this shows that the demand for Wasaga Beach is strong, and it's not only back, but it's growing. And it tells us that Wasaga Beach is on the upswing and that we have a valuable opportunity in front of us. But sustaining and building on this momentum isn't going to be just automatic. It's going to take intentional investment. So as part of our engagement process, we completed 2 key activities, a community-wide survey and an industry roundtable. And so that roundtable we invited all of our accommodation providers. So the roundtable held in May was not easily received, but it gave us clear direction on stakeholder concerns. So operators spoke about the need for fairness. MAT must apply to all providers with enforcement for unlicensed operators. They also called for visible local reinvestment and raised concerns about administration, which we plan to address through the Granicus system and training support. So competitiveness with other destinations was also questioned, but we highlighted that other municipalities such as Collingwood and Blue Mountains have not seen declines in visitation since implementing the tax. And then finally, operators stressed the importance of transparency and just annual reporting for what the funds are being used for. So this feedback confirms that fairness, accountability, and reinvestment are critical for the MAT success in our community. The second part of our engagement was a community-wide survey through Engage Wasaga Beach, and we received 172 responses. The key findings was that awareness was high, with 84% of the respondents already familiar with MAT. The perception was mixed, so 54, the majority, was positive for the introduction, 17% was neutral, and 29% was negative. Impact on visitation was also interesting. So 62% said MAT would not affect their decision to visit or stay at a destination. 10% said it would, and then 28 were unsure. So in terms of top funding priorities that respondents felt we should use the funds for, the top 3 were infrastructure improvements, which was 71%, downtown beautification at 66%, and events and festivals at 53%. Themes and feedback that came through clearly were fairness, transparency, accountability, and ensuring MAT revenues deliver tangible community benefits. So while not everyone agreed, the results show that the strong majority supports MAT when revenues are transparently reinvested back into our community. So now let's just talk about the rate of MAT. So in Ontario, most municipalities charge a 4% MAT applied to the room rate before HST. And this is now the standard across the province. So the MAT rate is set locally, so municipalities are able to set their own tax rate for this. On this slide, you'll see the comparison chart showing what nearby communities are charging. And as you can see, municipalities like Collingwood, Blue Mountains, and Orillia are all aligned around that 4% mark. And you'll notice cities like Barrie and Toronto have actually started raising theirs. So Barrie's 6% and Toronto's 8.5%. So by staying in line with our neighbors, Wasaga Beach would remain competitive while still generating that important revenue. And then also as part of the 2024 TDMP that I referenced just a few slides ago, our consultant Brain Trust analyzes Wasaga Beach's accommodation landscape to estimate potential MAT revenue. So using past room inventory data and conservative occupancy rate at 50%, so under those assumptions, combining revenue from hotels, motels, and short-term rentals, they projected that MAT could generate approximately $2.4 million annually for our community. It's important to note that these are estimates, and it's based on current inventory, average rates, and that 4% tax rate. So again, actual revenue will vary. So now that we've talked about how much it could generate, I just wanted to look at how it's divided. So under the Ontario regulation, at least 50% of the net revenue from the tax must go to an eligible tourism entity. And so this ensures that the funds directly support tourism development and promotion. The remaining 50% will remain with the town and can be reinvested into the community. So staff are recommending that Tourism Simcoe County be that eligible tourism entity with all funds earmarked for Wasaga Beach specific projects only under a formal agreement. So we're developing that agreement that will guide the sharing and use of the MAT revenues with Tourism Simcoe. So this partnership will ensure funding is used strategically to promote and develop Wasaga Beach and just drive year-round visitation. The agreement would ensure that all funds, again, are used for Wasaga Beach specific projects only and wouldn't go into the broader pot of regional development. And we'd also require that they work with town staff on all projects and also report back to council on the use of funds on a regular basis. So although the funds are divided between 2 organizations, 100% is reinvested back into Wasaga Beach. And then switching gears here, I just wanted to go over quickly how MAT's collected, and it's just like HST. Guests pay at booking or check-in, and operators will remit it to Wasaga, like the town, quarterly. And we also recognize that if this is approved, this would be a new process for our accommodators, and we heard that through public consultation. So we would provide training and resources for the accommodators and also provide clear deadlines, forms, and payment instructions that would be provided to make the compliance just as smooth as possible. And then as for the municipality, we can administer MAT in-house or use a third party. And given the complexity and rapid growth of our short-term rental sector, staff are proposing to go in that direction of a third party and explore monitoring and collecting through Granicus. So Granicus you'll recognize because council already approved for STR monitoring, and they're used by hundreds of communities across North America to monitor short-term rentals and manage accommodation taxes. So if council proceeds with MAT, we would add the MAT module onto the Granicus system that's already being set up and is close to completion and being introduced in the community. And then we would roll out the tax collection for all accommodation providers. So that MAT online portal provides a platform for all of our accommodators to register, report, and remit. And it reduces the administration burden for our operators as well. So once approved, we'll begin setting up the MAT module just immediately, and it takes about 3 to 4 months, so it will be in place ahead of the first payment due date. Okay, so staff are recommending that the municipal accommodation tax begin January 1st, 2026, with the first collection date due April 1st, 2026. The tax will apply to all eligible short-term accommodations, and there are 2 options for council to consider today. So option 1, which is the staff recommended option, implement the full 4% rate immediately on January 1st. Staff recommended this approach because experience from other communities, as I said earlier in my presentation, shows that MAT does not negatively impact tourism, and delaying the 4% rate would mean a significant loss of revenue in the first 2 years. And then we also have option 2. So it's a phased approach, which begins at 2.5% in 2026, increases to 3.5% in 2027, and we reach 4% in 2028. So this option reflects what some stakeholders indicated that they would prefer, as it would ease them and visitors into the tax over time. Midland is one example of a community that phased it in this way. However, it delays the town's ability just to maximize revenue. Regardless of the option selected, under the recommendation, MAT will be collected from guests at booking or check-in, remitted quarterly through the Granicus online portal, and then allocated as required by legislation, so 50% to Tourism Simcoe County for tourism development and 50% retained by the town to reinvest in local priorities. So to close, I'd like to just highlight the key milestones ahead in the MAP process. So we've already completed the background research, benchmarking, and public consultation, and today's presentation is the proposed framework recommendation report to council. So if council approves, the next steps would be bringing forward a bylaw later this month to formally implement the tax with the framework that I've proposed. In October and November, staff will return with a revenue fund use policy and also a revenue sharing agreement with Tourism Simcoe County. And then through the fall and winter, we'll complete the Granicus setup and training and make sure everything's in place. On January 1st, MAT would take effect across all eligible accommodations. And then finally, the first remittance date would be April 1st, 2026. And then every remittance would be quarterly after that. So this timeline just ensures that the town is prepared for a smooth and transparent rollout as we go into this new tax. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Excellent presentation, very informative. Questions or comments from member of council? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I too am a firm believer that tourism should pay for tourism and not show up on our residents' tax bill. I also believe that MAT tax is going to help us build our commercial base up, again, giving our residents a break in that department. I'm happy to have been a member of the EdTech committee so that I've been watching throughout this process and understand some of the logic behind this report. I do lean into option 2, particularly because the beachfront has been under redevelopment. While some of our accommodations have reported a challenging summer, others have claimed a great season, but that really depends on their location. So kudos to staff on this great report. I think it's long overdue. All around us, people have been collecting MAT and improving their tourism offerings and infrastructure, and I think it's time Wasaga Beach followed suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you through the chair. The report didn't talk a lot about the identification of illegal STRs and the kind of controls that we can monitor quality and improve quality, which is an added benefit of Gracious, and I think it's really important. But I would also support going to 4% at the start. I think if you phase it in over 3 years, you get the same pain 3 times. And I certainly just finished quite a bit of travel, and I can tell you that the price of accommodation, I think everyone is becoming very accustomed to that this exists, and that accommodators or accommodation is quite expensive. And hopefully, in increasing the rate, that people will also look for ways to increase the value of a stay. And I've certainly seen a lot of evidence of that in my travels. So I think it's overdue and very positive for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Caitlin?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to make a comment on Ellen's response. So going back to that some accommodators have felt like it hasn't been a very good summer. We did just get back tourism numbers for how this summer performed and how many visitors we did see. And we are seeing it trending very similar to last summer. So even with the downtown development and what's happening in our community, we're still seeing those visitors. They might be going in different places. But we are seeing them through our Environic data. So later this month, I believe Communications is going to be putting out a news release stating how many visitors we actually saw this summer, and it is trending closely to 2024, where we saw a 17% increase from 2023.
So then, just to that point, Caitlin, we're seeing it's trending up in 25 over 24 as well?
Yeah, I don't have the exact percentage of the increase in tourism from this year, but we are seeing an increase, a slight increase.
Excellent, thank you very much. All right, next is Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also leaning towards option 2. The beach is not done. That's my main concern, and we're going into winter. So to impose this even in January, we're not really, in my opinion, we're not a 4-season resort right now. And we're being compared to Collingwood and Blue Mountain. They are. We're not. So the reason why I also like option 2 is I prefer it when the hotel is completely built, so we can get more people coming here, and then the road is built. And I have one more question though, Caitlin. Do you know what the cost is for each motel to implement this system? Is there a cost?
Through Your Worship, so there is no cost for our accommodators to utilize the Granicus system. We would provide them with notice for them to register onto the portal, and it would be included in their monthly, quarterly bookkeeping, but there's no cost to register.
The reason why I'm asking that is because as a business owner, you've got your HST that when you're doing your invoicing, and then would that not come up though, that 4%? Don't they have to, that's a cost to them, is it not? They would have to implement that into their system.
Well, it's no different than collecting any other tax. Collecting tax is not a cost to the business. It's remitted, it's collected and given to the province or the federal government. So the only cost, if any, would be a very small fractional cost in the business owner or their bookkeeper's time in order to go on to the website, the Granicus website, and say, I collected $200 in tax, and here it is, and hit send. Minimal amount of cost.
No, you misinterpreted what I said. That's different, what you're talking about. But on a system, you have to upgrade your system to include that 4%. Like when you're doing an invoice, you've got to include it in your cash register. So that is a cost. Like they're going to have to hire somebody to include that. Like to upgrade, like an IT person to include it in there. You do.
So I just want to make sure we're all clear, Councillor. So you're saying if you had a POS system, for example, point of sale, you would need to program that point of sale to collect that 4%. Depending on how you control your point of sale, you may have, if you have a company that does that for you, you may have to have them do that. But again, I think that's a minimal one-time cost. Yeah. Sorry, Caitlin, did you have something to add?
Yeah, through Your Worship, I believe Jocelyn has a bit of information on what Councillor DeLeo is referring to, so I'll pass it to her.
Hey, good morning, Jocelyn.
Thank you. Good morning. I think we might have already gotten there, but I just wanted to say most of the systems right now probably already have the ability to take on this type of tax. The system that they'd be using most likely would be in relation to hotels and that type of booking system. Those softwares are going to have this type of tax likely in them. You're correct, Mayor, if they don't and they have to have it programmed, there would be a one-time cost for them to do that. But I would expect most of them, it's a matter of turning the module on, and then the tax will charge on the invoice. And they just have to configure it. I don't think it would be much, but it's something we can always still take feedback on when we're speaking as we roll this out. Thank you.
Councillor, anything further? You're good? All right. Next is Councillor Eagle.
Thank you. And through your worship, Caitlin, thank you very much for that report. Thank you for the graph. I really appreciate looking at that and the numbers through the years, the fire, COVID, changes of council. But the good news is it's trending, what with being under construction this year and still moving forward, I think is amazing. So thank you for all of that. I have a question on the collector, the Gracias, and I gather they're going to monitor the STRs, the licensings and the bylaws, which I think is great. So that's going to alleviate some pressure on our bylaw staff?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, it would, yeah, and mainly in our Treasury Department and then also in our Economic Development Department, specifically for the MAP module. So it will track like how many stays an accommodator has had, and based on what their average rate is for that room, we'll know, bulking all that together, how much they would owe the municipality in municipal accommodation tax, and that's all automated. So what happens is when the accommodator goes onto the portal to actually pay the MAT, the municipal accommodation tax, they report what their actual bookings were, and then that's what they actually pay in municipal accommodation tax. And then it's not until we run like our reports to see if we have any, if we see any discrepancies, thank you, in those books is when we'd start looking at specific files if there's a large discrepancy.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Timms here. You know, the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach has been subsidizing the provincial park for far too long. You know, they collect all the parking money, and then we're the ones paying for all the wear and tear, the policing, the fire, et cetera, and stuff like that. So for me, initiatives like this, and the ones that the council are doing, are setting the town on a financially stable platform where tourism pays for tourism, and residents pay for the services that impact their daily lives. I do like the fact of using Granicus for this. It's a brilliant tech-forward solution to that. And I do like that we're partnering with the county for the 50-50 split on where we have to spend the money. I also think it's really smart in starting this in our second season. Although many people think that there isn't tourism here in the wintertime, we all know that that's not true and that there's substantial tourism here in the winter. It's just a little bit less than there is in the summer. So starting this in a secondary season, I think is pretty brilliant. I also believe that we should be starting at the 4% and not doing a scaling up regime. Although I appreciate the comments as to why you would, I simply would find it confusing for some operators to monitor that schedule of increases, constantly changing their POS systems, as Councillor DeLeo has said. I think it would be just easier just to one and done it. And then that way we don't discount ourselves against our neighboring communities like Collingwood and the Blue Mountains. In my day-to-day life, I work with tourism operators across the country every day. Never in my 20 years has anybody ever said that the VAT tax or the accommodation tax has in any way hurt their business in any way. It's simple, money in, money out, and off they go. It doesn't impact them, doesn't cost them anything, and just benefits the community. So I'm all for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just some comments. I agree with the MAT tax. I think we should go with the 4%. I agree with many of the points that Councillor White and Councillor Blanchet mentioned. I think that, you know, supporting this industry is absolutely vital to the success and sustainability to our local economy and businesses. I just did some quick Googling when reading this report initially. Blue Mountains is going to potentially realize $4 million in additional revenue, not that we're Blue Mountains, but just to see how this can go, which is exciting. I think Tourism Simcoe County is the perfect partner. Their buying power is incredible, and obviously they've got great knowledge not only of our economic benefits and our community uniqueness of our community. There's no learning or onboarding that way, so I think that's just perfect. I think also too, once council makes a clear policy and decision around Airbnbs, we're going to help to be able to monetize that product as well. The fact that we've got all the hotel development, it makes sense to get on board ahead of that massive amount of added inventory, which I think is very exciting. And although there might be some, potential inconveniences to businesses initially, accommodation businesses initially in onboarding to this, we have to recognize that this tax is going to directly benefit them. And it's also going to benefit our attractions and our restaurants and whatnot that won't be paying this tax. But those categories also benefit our residents, where the accommodations is unique to just visitors who come in and add to our services or add to our demand. So I'm very much in support of this. I thank you for the time that it's taken. I know this is a big beast, and I thank you and your team for all of your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the chair. Just for my recollection, Gracious scrubs all of the websites, and they identify anyone that is doing short-term rentals. And that's important to keep everyone on the same playing field. Like, one of the things that we hear all the time from our current accommodators that have to get a license, that they go through an inspection process. We have to make sure that they're providing safe accommodation. Like currently, there's a lot of illegal STRs that are not licensed, that we have no idea as to the safety of the accommodation. So that's another major benefit to this. And again, all of these accommodators that really don't contribute anything to the community, they attract visitors, of course, but this will put everyone on the same playing field. And again, we can also control the total quantity. I think the amount in season that was identified was Gracious was over 1,000 illegal STRs in Wasaga Beach in prime time, and I think it was close to 500 off-season. So this has been a bone of contention for many of our accommodators, and they've probably contacted all of us over time. So,
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Caitlin. Excellent report, as I said. This is exciting in many ways. This is really going to, solve a concern and a problem that I've been hearing for 12 years, 14 years in Wasaga Beach, and that is, why is the taxpayer paying for events and whatnot for tourists? Although many taxpayers enjoy a lot of those events as well. And this is going to really have tourism pay for tourism. It really is that simple. I have been contacted by a few accommodation people who I think are just misunderstanding exactly what this means. Some accommodation people, for whatever reason, think that this is a cost of 4% to them. And I attempt to explain that no, it's no different than HST or GST. You remit it and you send it in. It's paid for by the individual. It's not a cost to you. I have heard the question is, how do I implement this? There are some accommodation people, for example, who don't have a POS system in Wasaga Beach. It's all kind of just old school. Here's, fill out the form and here you go. We'll be able to track those stays and averages, and they'll have to, provide that if audited, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Through your worship. So just to understand your question fully, so you're asking if those who stay via paper would be able, like, we'd be able to track the stays?
Yeah, well, the question has come up to me twice, that, you know, I'm old school, I just use paper. How are you going to track that? And I want to be clear to be able to indicate to them and to the public that, you know, you may be old school and you may use paper, but you're expected to keep all that paper for 7 years. And therefore, if ever an audit is required, you'll have to provide that in order for it to be audited, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so we can ask for an audit. I think it's up to 7 years after the MAT is remitted. And so if we feel that any of our accommodations are not making a full and complete payment on what we would expect their revenues to be, we can complete that audit, and they would have to provide us with the paperwork.
Thank you very much. And the other concern that I've heard from more than a few accommodation people is around STRs. And so I think it's important to note that the town is looking to license STRs, and I understand we have a report coming back to council on that late fall. And so we'll limit the amount of STRs that will be legal. And they'll need to have business licenses and be tracked like anybody else. So, and the reason for that is to alleviate the illegal pressures, if you will, on our legitimate accommodation people who are losing business now to those rogue STRs. So, all very positive. I think it's excellent, as I said, that, you know, tourism is going to start to help pay for tourism when it comes to the taxes that are dollars that are used currently, and hopefully we'll be able to see that reduced. So, excellent report. Thank you very much. Looking forward to moving forward with this. I also support implementing 4% upfront. I agree with some of my colleagues here on council. You know, rip the bandage off once, you can adjust and live with that. If someone's ripping that bandage off on a regular basis, it's very uncomfortable. So I think we do this and move forward. With respect to the comments about we're not a four-season destination, I would partly agree with that, but we do have tourism in the off-season and in the winter. But you have to remember that Blue Mountain, not too many years ago, was not a four-season destination either. And now they're busier in the summer than they are in the winter. So we'll get there. But no time like the present, I think, to get this started. So thank you for your hard work, and look forward to moving forward. I do have a recommended motion that the report and presentation titled Municipal Accommodation Tax to the council meeting of September 11th, 2024 be received, and that staff be directed to bring forward a bylaw to implement a municipal accommodation tax, MAT, in accordance with the following. Implementation on January 1st, 2026. Apply option 1 as outlined in this report, a MAT rate of 4% effective January 1st, 2026. Apply the MAT to all eligible providers, including short-term accommodations, hotels, motels, campgrounds, and bed and breakfasts. Approve the use of Granicus MAT module for quarterly collection and reporting, and that the Deputy CEO be authorized to execute an agreement with Granicus for the collection and reporting of MAT at an estimated annual cost of $10,000. That Council directs staff to bring a MAT reserve fund policy to a future meeting for consideration, and that Council directs staff to bring a revenue sharing agreement with Tourism Simcoe County to a future meeting for consideration. Any questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. And sometimes I think that there's so many pieces in these recommendations that it's hard to pick and choose what we like. But I just want to say, after listening to my colleagues' thoughtful comments, that I will also be voting for the 4%. So thank you to those who had other trains of thought on it.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you, Caitlin. Moving on to item number 8, which is delegations. We have no delegations today. Item number 9 on the agenda is government relations, and the 9.1 is 2025 AMO Conference Delegations Update. And we'll look to Sandra and Andrew for this update. Who's going first? Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We have a presentation that we're going to share with you in a couple minutes, but I wanted to start off just giving a quick highlight of some of the progress that we made at AMO in Ottawa a few weeks ago. We've been very successful over the last couple of years at advocating for the best interests of this community to move our community forward, and I think that continued back a couple of weeks ago. At a high level, I won't go into a lot of detail on any of these because we're going to save time for our presentation, but to share with the community some of the key things we were advocating for. Number one, over the next 3 decades, there's going to be a lot of growth in our West End. Our town is in very good shape today from an infrastructure perspective, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to plan for the future. Again, a third of our growth will likely be in the West End from the casino towards the border with Collingwood. There will be a need for a third water tower in the West End in the not too distant future. Not a crisis today, but we're planning for the future. So one of our asks was $35 million for a new water tower. The Premier, when we were at AMO, announced a new stream of funding. They're essentially topping up the home building fund that they have had available for a couple of years now, that we were also successful in getting funding through for our beachfront. So that will be one of our key submissions over the next little while as soon as the portal opens to make that funding request. One of Council's priorities is to secure a long-term care facility in our community. Our community has the numbers. Frankly, we're all surprised that one hasn't been built in here. We've got the numbers today. There's definitely the need in our community. That's why it's one of your priorities. So we met with the Minister of Long-Term Care. We advocated for Wasaga Beach, and we're going to push hard over the next little while to try and make that a reality for the residents of Wasaga Beach. We also had discussions about policing. We have a great relationship with our local detachment, but just ensuring that that collaboration continues over the next little while. And then finally, infrastructure in line with water, the pipes in the ground, the hydro that keeps the lights on in homes. We were joined by Brandon Weiss from WDI to make a delegation to the Assistant Deputy Minister of Energy to talk about the unique needs of Wasaga Beach. We are one of the few remaining communities that has our own locally owned utility, but we're experiencing incredible pressure. So the collaboration with Hydro One and how we ensure that our utility and our community is able to grow given the immense pressure that we have over the coming decades to fuel growth. So great discussion there with the Minister. And now I'm going to turn it to the presentation that we were excited to share with Minister Cho and Minister McCarthy. Are you able to pull that up for me, Chris? Now, this presentation really goes hand in hand with another item that you're going to see on the agenda later today, which is the Destination Wasaga Beachfront Master Plan. When we met with both Minister Cho and Minister McCarthy, who is Ministers of Tourism, Ministers of Environment, Conservation and Parks, what we shared with them is Wasaga Beach Provincial Park is approximately 1,800 hectares. It's a massive geographic area in our community. What we're talking about on the beachfront is a small sliver. It's about 3% of the park. We still have the rest of the park. We have ideas, and we want to think bold, but we wanted to make it clear to both ministers, we have ideas for your lands, and we want to collaborate with you, and we want to ensure that there's a willingness to work with us to reinvent Wasaga Beach in a green, environmentally sustainable manner moving forward. So what you're going to see here are some of the big ideas that we came up with. And I emphasize these are big ideas, they're starter ideas. This is the start of a conversation. Through our master plan that we will engage with our community over the next year, we want to build on these ideas. These ideas came from staff. We need to hear the ideas from our community to test what we've come up with, to hear ideas that we perhaps haven't even thought about. So again, these are the start of a conversation. Through my 5 decades on the face of the earth, living in this community, the one consistent thing that I've observed in Wasaga Beach is the fun gradually has been taken away. Every year, we lost an attraction, we lost a water slide, we lost this, we lost that. What you're about to see, we believe, is a turning point to start bringing the fun back to Wasaga Beach. And we think we've got a great partner in the province. I will share with you that both Minister Cho and Minister McCarthy were blown away by what you're about to see, and they told us, pedal to the floor, keep going, we love what you're doing, we're there, we're willing to collaborate with you. Next slide. Am I doing this correct, Chris? There we go. I want to be very clear about our intention here. Local residents come first in Wasaga Beach. The key to a sustainable community is you always put local needs first. Tourism is always second, never the reverse. So everything you're going to see in here over the next year, including in this presentation, our locals are first, tourists are second, but we also want to focus on great experiences. One of the first things I did when I started back here in 2023 is we had a group of staff sit around a table and I said, let's focus on building some great world-class experiences, because that's what Wasaga Beach was about. That's what we need to be about in the future. Go on Google. Google the top 10 things to do in our community. I'm proud to say I did it this morning, and the list has changed, and the list is looking a lot better than it was a couple years ago. 2 years ago, one of the top 10 experiences was taking a cab from the local airport to the downtown. Now, I'm sure it's a very great cab ride, and no disrespect to any cab owners, but on a top 10 list of things to see and do, when you go around the world, that's the first thing you do is, what can I see and do? You would expect to find some other things on that list. So I'm glad to see that that list is growing and expanding, and we do have some great things today, but we can be much better. In terms of building Destination Wasaga Beach, you've all heard the term Destination Wasaga Beach. You're going to hear a lot of that over the coming years and decades, because that's what we are trying to create. The area in yellow are the subject of the potential land transfer from the province. That's what we are calling the primary investment zone. That's the economic engine of Wasaga Beach. That has been the engine for 100 years. We are trying to kickstart that engine and getting it firing on all cylinders once again. But there's an incredible opportunity just across the river, Blueberry Trails and beyond, what we are calling an adventure, ecotourism, and environmental education zone. We can build on best practices from across the province, across the country, and really do some amazing things out here that will add great experiences that will complement everything down on the beachfront. I'm going to turn it over to Sandra shortly, but the one comment I want to leave with you before I do that, imagine a couple years from now staying or eating at the lovely new Marriott on the beachfront in Wasaga Beach, and the guest walks up to the reception desk and says, "What's there to do in Wasaga Beach? Can you give me some things? My family sat out on the beach today. They're looking to do something a little bit different today." Or this is in the winter because we're year-round destination. Some of what you're going to hear could be some of the answers. So imagine is an important word. Everything you're going to hear from Sandra and Chris, imagine the possibilities. And again, start of a conversation. Over to you, Sandra.
Amazing. Thank you, Andrew. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next slide. So Andrew has just outlined the two potential zones that we are proposing. And so I'm going to show you now. Oops. Well, the idea that we came up with, and so when we were challenged to look across the internet and look across Ontario, to look across Canada, and to also look at best practices around the world, we were told, don't reinvent the wheel. Let's see what's already working, what's already being done. We invoked this idea of the power of 10. So Andrew said, as he said already, every great community must have 10 great things to do and experiences for its residents and visitors. And emphasis on residents, because as Andrew also pointed out, our residents are number one. A great place to live is a great place to visit. So we, again, went forward with this approach of these 2 zones, and here's where we came up with. Here are our 10 big ideas, and again, starter ideas. Chris and I are going to go through this deck with you, but this is just a synopsis. So this shows you a snapshot of the 2 zones. What you see there in yellow would be Beach Area 1 and Beach Area 2. And of course, then if you follow it down towards the bottom of the slide, you will see what we will show you is basically what is the provincial park area, the Nordic trails and the Nordic Center, and all of those 30 kilometers of trails that go back into that area. Idea number 1, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Sandra, Your Worship, members of council. These are exciting ideas to me as well. Working in recreation, obviously, I truly do understand the benefit of giving accessible opportunities to as many as possible. This is first and foremost important to our local residents and then ultimately our visitors as well. If we can offer a matrix of opportunities, whether it's a windy day or a perfect beach day or a winter day, et cetera, people will stay longer. I think we've learned this through economic development. Memory making is a big part of who our target market should be. Grandparents want their family members to come and visit and spend overnights, and it's good to fill the day with healthy outlets, and we think that there are a lot of natural opportunities that Wasaga has to offer. So first idea starts with our fabulous shoreline. Absolutely, all of us who live here and regularly spend time at the beach know that every spot that you poke out at a street end is a little bit different, but it's a great way to connect our town. We have roughly 20 kilometers, and I think our question would be, if you tried to ride your bicycle or take rollerblades or walk or run, is there a world-class experience yet traveling from the east end of Wasaga Beach to the west end, and I think that this is something that we can improve on. So we've given an example of the Rideau Canal, fairly intuitive experience. It's maybe 8 kilometers long. I think when you go along, there's a beaver tail station and a washroom, and there's lots of people out enjoying, and everyone is taking the same route. And we would like to try and highlight the shoreline trail in a way, whether it is on limestone screenings or sometimes asphalt, et cetera, but in a way that improves it so that people, whether they start in the east end or the west end, all know where they are and all know where to find each other. So this is a low-hanging fruit of our experiences that we would like to try and improve on to create a world-class experience every day of the year. So next, imagine. I'm going to use that word once or twice because I know these are big ideas, but we've talked about having open-air gondola, and I think that there are 2 different routes, certainly something along the beachfront. We've all loved to drive our cars on the Strip for many, many years, and wouldn't it be amazing to be able to travel up and down the beach, summer or winter? It might be an amazing time to look at the ice mounds just as much as it would be to see the umbrellas and the colorful summer experience when the beach is packed with people. And secondly, we talk about this route that you saw in our highlight. What a gorgeous opportunity to look at the forest. If you have your kids here for a week, we've all had to drag kids holding the hands of the youngest all the way back on the hike. And this is a nice way to get the kids excited to ride this gondola or go one way. You'll see we've got a few more ideas, and this would be an amazing way to get people out to some of the big iconic ideas that we're imagining.
I might just jump in there really quickly just to add, you're going to notice that a major theme here is also accessibility. So when we talk about the shoreline trail, and when we talk about even just navigating our beachfront, whatever that's going to look like going forward, accessibility is key. And so we're just catering to also, as Chris mentioned, grandparents and families and kids with little legs. And, like if you want to be out and enjoying our beachfront all day long, those little feet get tired. So just having that additional way to navigate everything that we have to offer.
So here's an example of an overhead gondola. This one looks like it's built just like a ski lift. We've all seen this one maybe at the CNE in Toronto, and there are other great examples at the Calgary Stampede. There's a funicular ride at the Niagara Falls that we've all seen the lineups for. We think this is a great feature. So the third idea, a suspension bridge. This is a thrilling experience and a really great way to connect areas of our town. Obviously, Nancy Island route up to Blueberry Trails is something that we think has an opportunity to improve on. Can you ride a bicycle across it? Does it allow a nice way to stay out of traffic when families are at the beach? Absolutely, and we think that this is the type of thing that improves the flow of our community, and it truly will draw people out. If there are 1 million visitors that land at 3rd Street or the main end in the beachfront, how many of them get back into some of these other amazing features that can turn their one afternoon picnic visit into a 3-day experience where they truly start to see some of the more extensive features of our beach town?
Can I just jump in there before we go over to? And I know it is really big and audacious, but you'll see up there that Chris has put up on his slide as well, 2 potential connections. So did you want to elaborate on that one? Because I know that you're really big on the Nordic Trail system.
So certainly, the second one is Allenwood, New Wasaga to Beach Area 1. Wouldn't this be an amazing way to create an outstanding feature in our shoreline trail? We all know the bike ride is a little cumbersome if you're going to take your bike from Beach Area 2 to Allenwood Beach, if you have to zigzag out past the marina and the bridges, etc. And wouldn't this be an amazing way to create some sort of a boardwalk extension, so Beach Area 1 to New Wasaga, what a thrilling walk it would be on a windy day in November when the waves are crashing in the river mouth. I guess we'd have to have high cable walls on this bridge, but honestly, that would be a fun experience if it were possible. So that's the second connection that we've obviously envisioned as potential. This is Scenic Caves. They do this at a private business very close to us, and obviously the views improve from up high, and you can walk to a destination like this. Oh, I skipped one, sorry. This is an idea of a Scandinavian Nordic ski center. We do know that the potential in the provincial park ski trail system is second to none. There's no reason, if you had to envision an Olympic sport in Canada or in Wasaga Beach, that cross-country skiing could potentially be accommodated. We have outstanding downhill ski facilities in competition with something that we truly could never envision here, but we have that right next door. Cross-country skiing is something that's very accessible. The trail network already exists. Currently, they don't have a good brown bag room where a good sized classroom of kids, if a full school bus, we do this with swimming pools and recreation all the time, you need 60 kids to justify the busing cost, or else the parents have to pay $14 for one outing to the swimming pool. And the same thing goes at a cross-country ski facility. And then you think about the potential of what we could do if it was accessible for 120 days a year versus the 58, because we always have this weird rain in February and we lose all the snow. Snowmaking, some obvious landscaping features like hills at the early stages of our trails, stadium areas, parking, obviously buildings that we could put people in. It allows this opportunity that I think today we may have 10 people per kilometer using the trails at Blueberry on a good Sunday afternoon, to turn it into 110 people per kilometer on the trails at Blueberry Trails. And why wouldn't we do that? Because if you stretch 110 people across a kilometer, it's still not crowded. And truly, the opportunity, some of you know my background, I was a cross-country skier, I've raced for many years, and the potential in our dunes is outstanding. There are difficult hills up and down, and obviously with the visitation mass that we have in ski sports, it's time that we consider capitalizing on this opportunity. I think that the Minister of Tourism was quite excited about this. This is also a low-hanging fruit. We already have a center, we already have established trails, but we can increase the opportunity by elevating that center. Next, this is a creative idea. Most of us have heard about skating trails. They are very popular. It started in a few provincial parks, and I think there are dozens now in Ontario alone. This is a great Sunday afternoon activity. Families, small, old, etc., are interested in an opportunity like this. It's more fun than just skating around on an ice rink or a small pond, etc., to have a trail. Blue Mountain has an amazing setup at the top of the mountain. We have an idea that goes one step further. We're talking about a synthetic 365-day trail. We think that we have volume of people in Wasaga Beach, summer and winter. This is also a sport development opportunity for our town. If kids are interested in hockey or figure skating and they can get their skates on 250 days a year instead of 150 days a year, their legs are going to be stronger, their agility, their nervous systems are going to build to become world-class athletes. I think this is an amazing opportunity for Wasaga Beach to do something unique, and I think that people would be interested. On a windy day at the beach, you have shorts and a t-shirt, but you bring your ice skates along. A lot of Canadians have ice skates. This is a way for us to offer a unique opportunity. It could complement the trail center. It could be done somewhere different, but synthetic ice is a great way to avoid the environmental cost of having refrigeration, and obviously with the volumes that we see visiting Wasaga Beach 365 days a year, an idea like this could be a great feature for families that are interested to stay in the beach.
Chris, your enthusiasm is contagious. So as Chris has sort of spoken to and pointed out, you know, the current Nordic Center and Trails, they really lack awareness, investment, and programming at this time. And it's something that we're very interested to engage with the province on. One area that Ontario Parks is already involved in is this idea, this trend of forest bathing. So forest therapy, and that's the idea of when you immerse yourself in nature, it has tremendous health benefits, not only for your mental health, but obviously for your physical health. Our next big idea is working with the province to, again, just make those trails bigger and better and to promote them. There is a real lack of awareness that there are over 30 kilometers of trails back in there that many of our visitors, even our residents, are not aware of. The other opportunity as well that we feel is creating, when we look at how those trails could be developed, is making them more educational. There is an opportunity to post signage that raises awareness not only about our community, but also about the ecology and the nature and the trees and the forest and the fauna and the dunes. There's incredible opportunity there also to get students involved and to educate visitors. That's a huge segment of the visitor market. And so when we're looking at developing those trails and what ideas are possible, you know, we've also had this conversation about there are different elevations within the trail system. Some of them become inaccessible. And so there's an opportunity to create a system of boardwalks that then allows people in wheelchairs or with walking, with special needs in terms of how to access these areas, and also to give them areas to rest and to bird watch, and perhaps there's an opportunity for bird sanctuaries. So really, the opportunities are limitless, and so what we're proposing is this system of boardwalks, which would not only make it more accessible, but really integrate that environmental education and the protection of that ecosystem. So the benefit of boardwalks that we've learned from looking around is that it actually protects the dunes below it. So you keep people off of those sensitive areas, but you still allow them to immerse and engage in this exciting natural environment. So the slide we're about to show you actually then now takes this one step further. What if in all of this, there was another, I get back to Andrew's idea of layered experiences. What if when you're back in there enjoying all of this nature, that path leads to somewhere? And so this really gets at the crux of that every amazing community, every great destination has those top attractions and experiences that you'll find on a postcard. So here in Wasaga Beach, we have the beachfront, we have Nancy Island, we have Wasaga River, obviously, and that canoeing and paddling experience. But what if we had a truly iconic nature-based attraction? So this is a picture of Malahat Skywalk, which is located in BC. You can see on the left side of this magnificent lookout structure that the boardwalk lifts up and brings people to it. So again, fully accessible. The Malahat Skywalk sees about 250,000 visitors every year. It's built in a very environmentally sustainable way that respects all of the nature below it and around it. There is an entire system of educational signage from the moment you enter the trails that lead to it to the moment you arrive to the very top of the lookout. What we are proposing is a similar type skywalk right here at Monument Hill. This video, which you can also will share on our website shortly, shows you staff. We went out, we went through the trails, and we went to Monument Hill. And we took a drone up about 200 feet. And from that view, it is magnificent. A 365-degree view of Georgian Bay, of the escarpment, of the water, and of the trees. It is like looking at a field of broccoli. It's amazing. It is just stunning. The magnificent thing, my kids say that all the time. Oh my gosh, it looks like broccoli. This, we think, really aligns with Council's priorities, which are environmental leadership. We know, and as Andrew mentioned, coming up on the agenda, Destination Wasaga's there. And within that RFP, Council made it a priority. Environmental leadership needed to come very first, right? Residents and environmental leadership. And so we understand that that is a priority for Council, and we think this fits so well, not only with the mandate for Ontario Parks and for the Ontario Ministry of the Environment, but also for our community and for Council. So that is where we're proposing this idea of a Monument Hill Skywalk. Another exciting piece of this, now this actually exists, so this is nothing new, but we thought it was really cool how this particular skywalk that already exists has this from top to bottom beanbag slide so that kids, once you make it all the way to the top, can slide all the way down. So we thought that was kind of cool. A little bit of a nod to our own past and Playland Park and our own slide on the beachfront. But again, visitors can learn about the local ecosystem and our community through dedicated design and programming. So.
Thanks. I'll just add that this is a great outing for our families locally or our visiting families. Imagine a 2-kilometer walk. This is a full afternoon if you really wanted to make the most of it. I've been using the example, if you put your kid on a trampoline for a few hours, they're hot and sweaty and hungry and tired and they go to bed on time. And the same thing happens at Wasaga Beach. If you put the kid in the water all afternoon running around on the beach, by the time it's dark, they're asleep. And we know this makes healthy, happy kids, and I think that this is the exact same experience. If it's November and it's too cold to be at the beach, parents can leisurely chat and walk up and stand at the lookout, and the kids can go up and down 7 or 8 or 10 times, depending on how old they are, and take advantage of the slide ride. So what an amazing opportunity for visitors to the beach, young and old. You know, there's good sun protection there in the heat of the day that you could do the hike back. This Monument Hill lookout, if you haven't been there, it is an amazing feature, and it's tricky to get to, and if we promoted an idea like this properly, it would be an outstanding experience with a washroom out there and some opportunities like that.
I'm just going to take this next slide as an opportunity to show you this is how the current Malahat Skywalk is promoted, and just an opportunity to tell you that, I mean, you know, Council passed a motion last year, and it basically said, time for a reset. Let's look at all the ways that we can continue, we can collaborate and really break down the silos with the province. And, you know, for example, just last week, we do know that Ontario Parks put out this wonderful social media post, and they've put out a blog post promoting all of the places you can go to hike and enjoy enjoy the autumn colors and visit trails that are within a short driving distance from the GTA. And communities even beyond Wasaga Beach were included on that list, but we were not. So again, there is that opportunity. It's a challenge where we've made tremendous progress, but so much more opportunity to continue to raise awareness, even within the provincial government about all the opportunity right here in our backyard.
Okay, so moving on to another thrilling opportunity. I worked at a summer camp. We had a zip line there. It was amazing. The kids would all line up, and you get a few chances a week if you were lucky enough to get sent away to a residential camp. But we've all heard of these ideas. Treetop trekking would be an equivalent. This is a real picture of what you can experience at the falls in Niagara. We've talked about some of our distances. This is obviously an imagined idea, but we do need thrilling experiences like this that fill out a vacation, and just like we need restaurants and hotels, etc. This is the type of thing like the Eye in London, where people go on the big Ferris wheel, or we all remember that fancy swing that was off the crane at the main end, and 4 people would get strapped in and everyone would enjoy watching. This would be the same type of thing. If you were hiking out to this epic Monument Hill lookout tower and you could see kids swooshing past overhead, or you were on the gondola watching, this is the type of experience that we think is world class.
And imagine, well, we were saying when we were brainstorming, what goes up must come down. And so just giving people a couple of different options, but imagine coming down a zip line while the sun is going down at Wasaga Beach. So we think that would be a pretty spectacular and memorable experience.
Sandra, you're next.
So just again, another layer out in that second zone. We basically said to the province, we have 100 acres of municipal land that is adjacent to the provincial park out in that area that abuts right against the Wasaga River. And what if we could work together to reinvent that into the Ontario's first treetop trekking or treetop provincial campground? Wasaga Beach does not have a provincial campground. We don't see any reason why it couldn't, and we basically propose this idea of working together to see how we might create one. This particular campground would be one that would offer a number of things. It would be accessible by car. It would be, again, it'd offer that canoe experience, the paddling experience down the Wasaga River. Imagine you come in. Now this is, we were inspired by the Oasis sites offered at the Trent Severn Waterway National Historic Site. So we know it can be done. We know it can be done in an environmentally sustainable way, in a way that it respects the ecology and respects the environment. And so that's what we thought of. And so that's what you see here. That's a picture there. And we also know that it is a priority for Ontario parks as well. They offer yurts and cabins and other closed, covered accommodations at other provincial parks. So we think that is, again, another low-lying, easy opportunity, something that we could pursue if there was interest. And I'll just pass it over to you, because...
Yes, further to this, just expanding on what Sandra said, fixed roof accommodations. This is well sought after. For any of you in a provincial park that have had to call in at 6 a.m. 5 months in advance to reserve your campsite, you must be at 6:00 minutes to get a fixed roof accommodation site today. We know it's very, very popular. This would be an exclusive special stay in our tourist town if you could come up with an opportunity. But beyond that, some of you have been down to the little old bird cabin on the riverside near the boat launch, and these are nice little experiences that will take families out of the house and walk and then start to follow those snowmobile trails, etc. The river is also a great experience. Some of you have been on a canoe or a kayak and gone all the way from the sports park down to McDonald's or all the way to the river mouth. And these are great wilderness experiences. This isn't Algonquin Park or Quetico Provincial Park, but it's a great way to put a lot of people in. My same analogy that we could put tenfold on the ski trails, we could do the same thing on the river, and it's a fun outing. If we can promote that paddling experience, maybe we need a washroom halfway down on a street end in the Oxbow, or maybe we need some sort of an interpretive signage so that everybody realizes I'm 2.5 kilometers on my way to the river mouth, or halfway to McDonald's where I'm going to pull out. This paddling experience is amazing, and there are many times during that route that you are going to feel like you may well be in the middle of nowhere. And the China Bowl with these huge sand walls, it is a world-class experience, but it needs to be promoted, and we need the word of mouth to get out there so that people are keen to park their cars and get out of the house and go and do something fancy for the afternoon like this. So that paddling experience is the beginning of a huge industry in Ontario, if you consider it as a stepping stone to canoe tripping, et cetera.
I just wanted to quickly go back to what Andrew said about, imagine you're staying at the Marriott Hotel on the beachfront and you're asking, oh, so what can we do today? And so imagine you could either ride a gondola or hike up and then make it to a particular area in a either go glamping or just rent that canoe. And of course, we already have local businesses like Free Spirit Tours and Blue Wave Board Co. and that could take care of the tour, take care of the rental, the equipment rental. And so that would be another wonderful experience. And then you just kayak all the way back down to Beach Area 1.
This one's over to me. One of the things we also can't ignore are all those boats that are floating by us all summer. I know some of you have boats on council. Georgian Bay is an incredible boating destination. You can get to Tobermory, Collingwood, Midland, Christian Island, etc. We are somewhat limited in our river because it's shallow. We can't attract a lot of the bigger boats, sailboats, etc., with keels. So as part of our master plan exercise, we'd like to explore the idea of a harbor. It could be along the river that you dredge. It could be out into the bay. I know historically there have been some studies done. I believe there was a study back in the early 2000s that was done by a previous council looking at this opportunity. We're looking at reimagining Nancy Island. The individual leading that also looks after Discovery Harbor. The province, that individual has said to us, how amazing would it be to connect these two historic sites by boat? So it's something that's on the mind of the province as well. So again, something we will take a look at as part of our master planning process. And next slide. This is our last slide. I'll end with, I'm an out-of-shape middle-aged guy, but I took my kids ziplining at Heart Lake Conservation Authorities last year. It was amazing. I had a blast. So I think there's something for everyone in here. Again, these are ideas, starter ideas for those listening at home or in the audience. Hopefully this has triggered some ideas in your minds. As part of our process over the next year, bring them to the table. Let's explore them, let's test them. Some of these may not be viable, some might have some legs, and we'll pursue them. But what we did say to both Minister Cho and Minister McCarthy is, we're going to be back in front of you at AMO next year with a plan, and we're going to look at all these types of activities that are going to contribute to the creation of Destination Wasaga, and think of it like Wonderland. How does Wonderland keep your attention? Every year, every 2 years, they add a new ride, they add a new attraction. We can do that here. We don't have to build it all at once, or the province doesn't have to build it all at once, or the private sector doesn't have to build it all at once. It can come over time. This could be a 10, 15-year phase-in strategy. But next year at AMO, we want to be in a position to say to Minister Cho, here's our first ask. Province, can you build this glorious new lookout tower in Wasaga Beach, or whatever our community says, yeah, that's our priority number one. So we've taken far too much time, but I thought it was important to share some of this ideas with Council.
Well, Andrew, Sandra, and Chris, thank you. I just want to reiterate, Sandra, you mentioned that, Chris's passion is infectious, and I would say that all of your passions are infectious. But Chris clearly been around a long time and used these trails and been on the river and no doubt knows it well. And so glad that you were a part of this brainstorming, Chris, because I think it's brought us a long way. I don't think you've taken too much time at all. I think you've, I could sit and listen to this a lot longer because this is very positive in order to move our community forward. So, we'll up to members of council for comments. Councillor Ego.
Oh, thank you. I'm first. Okay, I am really excited. I was to be in BC, flying home today, and I was going to do the skywalk. But I'm really glad I canceled my trip to be here for this presentation because it is truly an amazing presentation. So I don't know where to start first, but I think I'll start with the residents because that's what people are going to listen to. I'm fortunate that I've done many of these things. I've been on the trails, I've been on the river, I've done the skating path in Brampton, which was a focal point for our family on New Year's Eve. From any age, we would go skating or birthday parties. So those skating trails, I can see the value of these. But what I want to speak to for a minute is residents. Yes, we're very fortunate that we live on the bay, that we live on the beach, and Ron and I have been there 25 years, basically. And what I've noticed in this town is many residents don't live at the beach, of course, they're further back, and they don't have the company. They don't have the family come that we have had come. Not just our local family, but from all over the world want to come here. And that's where I think I'm looking at for the residents. The grandparents back there that say, but our kids don't come. I said, trust me, if there was something for them to do, luckily, if I lived on the beach, you'd be seeing your grandkids. So that's what I see as a grandparent when I see this presentation on the people that live further away, further back, all over. This is for you. This is for your families. This is for your future. So I think I could leave it at that. And thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Next is Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a broad conversation there, but I'll start back at the beginning a little bit with regards to just AMO in general. And I really enjoyed seeing Wasaga Beach really at the forefront of strengthening the power, pun intended, of our local utility providers, ensuring independence and future growth. That was a really great part of AMO that I liked seeing the outcome there. Also, collaborating with the province on funding infrastructure projects like the tower. This is so important to our community that we don't sack the taxpayer with everything, that we go out there, we seek the grants, we seek the partnerships so that we can create financial stability and low tax rates for the people that live here every day. In the industry, towns like Wasaga Beach and the Blue Mountains, people come for a connection to nature. And the focus on nature, our natural beauty, and world-class eco-preservation and stewardship is very essential to the growth in our tourism moving forward. Thanks for the backbeat. On a personal note, Monument Hill is still one of my favorite mountain biking trekking activities to do. I think that there's a lot of people in Wasaga Beach who don't know where Monument Hill is or what it is, but it is my favorite thing to go up and my most hated thing to go down. And I would donate a meaningful sum of money to a charity in exchange for seeing you on a zip line down the beachfront.
Let me take you up on that.
And as an avid boater, of course, the harbor is such a great idea. I call that a BHAG. That's the biggest BHAG I've seen you guys have come up with, but it would be really great to see, sitting on the River Resources Committee and living on the river, seeing how vital paddling is as well as power boating is and sailing. We do have sailboats, believe it or not, in the river. They are there. We could do better ones if we had more room. But that would be a really great thing to see. I don't know how that would ever come to fruition, but it would be the coolest thing ever. So anyways, thanks again, guys.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Great presentation. And I joined, or applied for council because I lived here 12 years and we weren't moving towards our potential as a world-class tourist destination and a world-class place to live. And, I can say as a resident now of 24 years, these are the things that I want to do too, and to, again, invite family and friends to come to enjoy, and that's exciting. For those that follow me on Facebook, in the last term of council, I have hiked many times, every square inch of those 30 kilometers of trail, including the river's edge from Klondike Park to the pollution plant. And the amount of wildlife that we have is unbelievable, like deer, coyote, porcupine, wild turkey, loons. It's incredible what you can see. And this is amazing, but I do want to say that I have been attending deputations in Ottawa for 10 years. And our Director of Communications, Sandra Watts, has taken deputations to a new level. With, matter of fact, I think one of the ministers offered you a job this year. And there's a reason why we have gotten almost $150 million in provincial funding over the last 3 years, which is allowed us to do amazing things without burdening the taxpayer. And a lot of it has to do with the ideas and how they're put together in a presentation to the ministers. And I can tell you, from what I understand, is a lot of municipalities don't do that. The other thing is, we don't wait for the funding to get things going. One of the reasons we've gotten so much support from our provincial government is we're finding a way to get it done with or without you, but we really, really need your help. And I think Premier Ford expressed that, is we were well on our way with a lot of projects prior to the funding being a catalyst. So just kudos to our staff. To our residents, the quality of the individuals sitting at the table and supporting our community are second to none. And just kudos, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to quickly add to that before I go to the next member, often the province is looking, when they're providing funding, for projects that are shovel-ready. So they don't want to see communities come and say, we're thinking about this 10 years down the road. We're thinking about this yesterday, and we're ready to go if you can help us. That's what the province wants to see. They want to see results. They want to see them quickly. And when you are shovel-ready or you are prepared in your planning, what we're learning through our relationships is that that's a very positive step forward. So excellent points, Councillor Belanger. Next is Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and excellent comments from my colleagues that I won't reiterate. But my first glimpse of the plan was with you, Councillor White, and I wish, Chris, you had taken us through it, because that was really exciting and ignited even more passion for it. I think with respect to all these projects, that Matt is definitely timely to help push these along. And I just on a personal note, Your Worship and colleagues, at AMO, everywhere I went, if someone saw my badge that said Wasaga Beach, they stopped and congratulated me on the work that we were doing and wanted to know, how is this happening? And again, I said, strong priorities and a good leadership team. So it was during COVID that I was exposed to the trails and to the river and to things I had never done before in my life, and recognized another huge amount of potential for this town. So I'm so happy to see the projects and what can happen here. And I just want you to speed it up if you can, because 15 years I'll be, so thank you, staff, thank you, everyone.
So in 15 years, you'll be 50, and you want it done by then. Is that it, Councillor? All right, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, what a vision. That's amazing. And I like the fact that it's for us residents as well, not just for tourists. Andrew had already answered my question. When I was watching all this, all I can think of, where's the money going to come from? Like, who's going to be paying for this? And then you answered at the end by saying it'll be a grant through the province, correct? Like the province will help us out?
Yeah, so as part of our master planning, let's figure out what we want. What I've learned throughout my career is great ideas attract dollars. I've shared with many, did a plan for Celebration Square in Mississauga. We had no idea how we were going to pay for it. We pitched to the province, and within 3 months, we had a check for $40 million to pay for it. This is on provincial lands. So we will look to the province to make investments on provincial lands. That doesn't mean it all has to be publicly funded. Chris mentioned treetop trekking. Heart Lake Conservation Center in Brampton, as well over at Horseshoe, Treetop operates out of there. That's a private company that has built attractions and zip lines. So, but utilizing the province's connections, they know a lot of people, particularly in the tourism industries. They can help us when we come up with the idea, who's in that field? Okay, well, let's make that connection and make it happen. So it is a collaboration, but we're not looking for necessarily Wasaga Beach taxpayers to pay for this. Let's make that clear.
Wonderful, awesome. Another question I had is, any of these visions, are they on any of the provincial lands that the province intends to download to us?
Download is not the correct term. Sell or transfer. So these ideas are primarily in the parkland immediately to our west, so Blueberry Trails, et cetera. Apart from a potential marina and trail systems along the beachfront and a potential gondola, I guess those three ideas, and also the bridge, sorry. So those would be ideas that would be impacted, would impact the lands that we're talking about. But again, these are just the start of ideas. There's going to be more. I guarantee you our community is going to come up with ideas that we haven't even thought about that are amazing. So, yeah.
Awesome. Sandra?
I just wanted to add to what Andrew said as well. There is a whole genre of investors and VCs that is their area of specialty. So obviously through economic development, our economic development department, I mean, that is an area. So there are investors that deal just with iconic nature-based attractions and destinations. So it's a whole thing, and we're just learning about it. But as Andrew said, these are just ideas. Yeah.
I have one more, and Chris, this is for you. Chris, your idea number 5, I'm just a little curious on this one, the winter pastime, the River Road West and Blueberry Trail. Isn't that a conservation area? Are you allowed to take down those trees and build that big skating trail you're thinking of? Just curious.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor DeLeo, I certainly don't know what the exact location is. I did talk about that an idea like this could complement the Nordic Trail Centre in my comments. It certainly is only at the visioning stage. I think that we would have to look into what sort of environmental impact study would be considered in order to build something like this. But I do think a few acres in a number of spots, whether it's on town parkland or provincial parkland, I'm only pitching a concept that could create thousands and thousands of visitors a month.
If I could add there, let's not get into the weeds of, well, why can't we do it because of this and this. This is about dreaming big, thinking bold about the opportunities for this community. We'll get to all of that stuff, I'm sure, sooner rather than later. If we all love this idea, okay, what's required to make it real? Then we'll face all the obstacles and punch through them or jump over them or figure out a way. Let's not get bogged down in that today. This is about dreaming big. The first phase of our engagement on the beachfront is about big, bold starter ideas, and then we'll get to the details.
Yeah, and I think what's important to note here is that, I want to be clear that no one is saying the province is coming to give us a ton of money, nor have they promised that, or have we even talked about that. But what we do know is that the province has said, destination Wasaga. The only other place in the province that has destination in front of their name is Niagara. And there's great investments, not only by the province, but by the private sector in Niagara. You know, what's important here is that, you know, we have this amazing hotelier who is going to build a world-class Marriott hotel on our beachfront. We came to know and start our relationship with them through the province. So what that tells us is that the province has a ton of private investors and ways and means to connect us with the people who may be able to do this stuff. And what we've also learned is if you don't ask, you don't get, right? And so I think that this is very positive, it's exciting, and again, you know, I've always said, don't tell me what we can't do, tell me how we can do it. And it will take time, and it will take vision. The other thing to note is that what we've looked at here today, I don't think is anything that isn't already in other provincial parks and other ecological significant areas. It's the experts at the province, at the federal government, and in the private sector who will look at this and say, I mean, they'll either say, you're crazy, this isn't going to happen, or you can do it, and here's how you can do it. Because the province wants tourism as well. Tourism is the #1 economy in the world. And as we continue to move on in life and evolve, tourism is becoming even bigger. It's the largest economy. And so I think every government is looking at how to you know, build upon tourism because it's the quickest, easiest return. And what does it do? It gives us all pleasure, which we all know we can use more pleasure in our lives in this day and age. Okay, thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Great presentation. Thank you very much. It was exciting, you know, being a part of the AMO delegations along with Mayor Smith to see the absolute excitement and smiles that these were received. Every single delegation, each minister was very impressed, it seemed, with all of the information that was being put forward, especially around the Build Ontario piece, you know, with the request for the water tower. You know, Wasaga Beach has the fortune of having invested in past with the wastewater amenities. So we're not like a lot of other municipalities that are coming forward for tens of millions of dollars to help provide that infrastructure in order to be able to continue to grow. So for us to come up with creative other options so that we still get our piece of the pie is super important. And I think that's what these ministers are really appreciating as well, is the forethought and planning that previous councils have had in regards to that essential infrastructure to be able to support the growth projections that the province is wanting for us. I think with the gondola ride, like imagine that in the fall, how beautiful that would be. And especially from that perspective, you probably wouldn't even see rooftops with the expansive and aged tree canopy that we have in Wasaga Beach. And with the suspension bridge, I think that's super creative too, because coming from Nancy Island over to the old library, for example, we already own the land or an access point to the land. So that's like clean and simple and quite easy. The synthetic skate trail, nothing new. Kitchener, Aurelia, Burlington, et cetera, they all have it. So a great idea. The Nod of Wasaga, yes to the washroom. If you've ever been on Rocking the River, halfway through that journey, you would really appreciate Portalette being somewhere along there. And when you go from the sports park to Knox Road, at least at the start of Knox Road, it's like you're in Algonquin. It's gorgeous. I've seen blue heron and turtles and all kinds of beautiful animals. It really is unique. To staff, thank you so much, you know, for the work that you do. We did get compliments every single delegation that we did, whether it's from, you know, the packaging materials, how impressive this folder was. I think every single one of them was like, wow, feel this folder. And it's small details, but the devil is in the details, because that's the branding and that's the packaging that we're coming forward with and the quality that we're coming forward with, which assures them we're a good partner. Right? So I thought those were absolutely fantastic. And when you look back at our delegation, our initial delegation to the Ministry of Education back a couple of years ago, if you remember Parliamentary Assist Barnes, she said to you, Andrew, after your presentation, that was, in all of her years of doing that role, the best delegation she has ever heard. And all of her staff nodded. So truly, when the mayor or any other council member acknowledges the level of professionalism and quality at this leadership team, I can reassure, second to none, 1,000%. And I wanted to just acknowledge that these are not pie in the sky ideas, even though when I first saw the presentation, I was like, whoa, you guys had a busy night. You must have drank a lot of coffee. But when it came forward to the ministers, they were nodding their head. They were excited. They were definitely hearing it. They weren't going, what? What are these people thinking? I think they welcomed the ideas so beautifully. And what I noticed in attending them along with Mayor Smith is how much I appreciated how well you were received and the relationship that you're building with these ministers, not only staff, but as head of council, to be genuinely welcomed and side conversations and handshakes and all these things. It's absolutely essential because we don't get, if we don't ask, we don't receive. And we want to make sure that for our residents, we're getting our fair share of the pie. And this type of relationship development is absolutely essential to getting this both provincial and federal funding. So I thank you for that. And to your point, Mayor Smith, in regards to being shovel ready, I remember one delegation that we were at, after the presentation was done by staff, the minister turned and said, okay, do you own the land? Yes. Is it zoned for this? Yes. Is it serviced? Yes. Okay, we're done. Because we're that prepared, right? So I don't mean to toot our horn so much, but I think, this is a big ask, and you've really done all of your homework. So I really thank the staff very much for coming forward today with this super exciting report. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Okay, now back to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship. This will be quick. You all spoke so eloquently and passionately, and we all agree on this. Something just came to my mind. It was about the Ontario government. So I used to look up the park plan from 1975, and I believe that is still there today. And their mission statement for Wasaga Beach was to be Ontario's playground. So you're doing it in spades. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm going to suggest on our own dime that most of us in December book a weekend in Montebello. I don't know how many people have had the opportunity to go to Montebello. It's on the Ottawa River between Montreal and Ottawa. It's the largest wood structure in the world. It's a CP hotel. It is a winter and summer wonderland. They do have horse-drawn sleigh rides too, by the way, which is great for accessibility. And the last thing I want to say is, in our provincial park, if you have ever had the opportunity, summer or winter, to do a midnight hike on a full moon, it is breathtaking. People would come major distances to enjoy that. It is absolutely incredible. I've done it many times.
Thank you, Councillor. I think what's as breathtaking is, if I heard you correct, on your dime, we were all going to Montebello. Okay, great. All right, any other questions or comments from members of council? Staff, anything to add? I think that enough has been said, and this has been talked about well enough in this meeting, but I just want to say that, we continuously sit and talk about how great our leadership team is, but it's very important that we make it clear that, we couldn't do what we do without these great folks here, but they couldn't do what they do without everybody else that sits down the line below them. And I can tell you the staff of the town of Wasaga Beach, in my opinion, are all second to none. We do the very best we can with what we have. These are very positive and challenging, but exciting times. And I look forward to seeing this move forward. Again, I don't think there's any pie in the sky here. I think it's a matter of timing, and it's a matter of, again, building relationships not tearing them down, making sure that they're solid, and that we're speaking with the right people at the right time. And so thank you, staff, for your work on that, and thank you, council. We do have the next item, which is item number 10, staff reports, and the following reports have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately, and that is 10.4, 10.7, 10.9, and 10.2. Are there any other comments from council staff with respect to the consent reports? Seeing none, we do have a recommended motion that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And now moving on to item 11, correspondence items. Both correspondence items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration, so we'll speak to those in a bit. Item number 12 is minutes of boards and committees, and we do have a recommended motion that the consent list items under minutes and boards and committees be received for information. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Ego and Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 13 is matters for consideration, and the first item is the fleet update, and that's been pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor DeLeo. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just really wanted to make a comment. I just thought I really appreciated the fulsome report and the individual tours that you provided for us to be able to come in and better understand one of the largest financial purchases that we make at this municipality. So I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell, and then Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Very thorough report. I really enjoyed it. I really appreciated the conclusion, which is the fleet is currently in a healthy state and should continue to follow the existing life cycles and replacement strategies based on available budgets. But Kevin, I do have one question though. After reading this, the electrification of the fleet for ongoing, can you, because it doesn't state that in the report, can you just tell me what the difference in cost for transitioning of light duty and select medium duty gas vehicles to electric vehicles? Like, did they take, are you going to take the consideration of the battery replacement? Like and then adding more charging stations, and is that all going to be included in your final report when you decide to totally transition for cost saving?
Through Your Worship to Councillor DeLeo. I think the electrification of our fleet is really, as I indicated in the report, it's really subject to budget and our capacity to do so, recognizing the limitations in charging infrastructure and just looking at what some of the other options are available to us. Hybrid options may be a better approach that are just as feasible for us to advance instead of a full electric fleet. So there really isn't, there's a commitment to certainly be mindful of our carbon footprint with each purchase, but there are options and more options available to us from a hybrid approach than just outright electrification. So we have made investments, as you know, across the community with charging infrastructure that provides flexibility for some of our residents and visitors, but we've recently advanced the charging stations at the Public Works facility for the few vehicles that we do have. But again, with every replacement or new acquisition, there is still that cost-benefit analysis and long-term financial capacity to do that. So it's not, we're not committing to every vehicle from here forward is going to be fully electric. There is still an assessment, and we need to be mindful of even what funding programs are available to us. But going outright electric is a challenge, obviously, with the costs and the infrastructure that comes along with that, not to mention the ability for our mechanics to service those vehicles, right, beyond just their warranty period. So kind of a loaded question a little bit. Hopefully I answered your comments, but it's at each replacement we do assess that and whether green is warranted versus a hybrid. But our goal is to try and obviously become more carbon neutral in our approach.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
I think that was intentionally loaded. It's a very passionate subject for the councillor. So good, great question, and a great answer. I hear both sides here, and it's I think fully electric's probably a long way out still, but we've always got to look at our carbon footprint for sure. All right, no other items pulled. Sorry, this item was not pulled by other members of council, but other members of council. Councillor Belanger. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. In my recent trip to Vancouver, I decided that I would take Uber everywhere as opposed to renting a vehicle. Everyone was fully electric. Their gas price out there is $165 a liter. I talked to every driver about electrification. Most of them were full-time Uber drivers. And the 450-kilometer range was kept them going for the day. They said other than brakes and wipers, there was virtually no maintenance on the vehicles. So it was quite interesting, but it was really great to be chauffeured around instead of renting a car and risking life and limb getting to different places. But I would tell you that the electric car proliferation in Vancouver is amazing, how many there are. So
I'm sure that has a lot to do with temperatures as well, right? But good points. All right, any other questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, we do have a motion that the report titled Fleet Services Operational Review and Update, Report to Council, meeting of September 11, 2025, be received for information. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor White. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
in favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item, the 2026 budget schedule, and this was pulled by Councillor Timms and Councillor Eagle. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I ask that this budget report be pulled from today's agenda so we can hear from our CFO, Jocelyn Lee, to provide some clarity for the public. The province has changed how municipal budgets are adopted under the strong mayor model, and while our mayor has chosen to mirror past practices, the optics of the new process are very different. I'll be honest, the information in the report concerned me at first until I spent some time looking deeper into the process. One concern remains the optics of a concentration of power in the mayor's office. Council role appears limited to proposing amendments only, with no resolution or recorded vote to formally adopt the budget. That creates a perception that council is sidelined and that there is no clear accountability moment the public can point to. Because the budget is one of the most important items for our community, I think it's important that we take the time to clearly explain what has changed and what has not. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. And now, before I come to you, Madam CFO, did you have something to add to that for the CFO, or we'll hear from the CFO first?
Thank you. Through Your Worship, yes. Mine was considering timelines, so I just wanted to say that CFO has reached out to me, and she will be addressing it today, so thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is hard to follow budget stuff after the great ideas we just all talked about, but this is kind of dry, but we have to go through it, and I am going to try and walk you through some details here to help you understand everything, so please bear with me while I go through some of these details. So the report that's before you is addressing the timing of the budget process as we develop the 2026 budget. It also is trying to address some of the details behind the new budget process. And this process is required by legislation as the Premier assigned several municipalities the strong mayor powers. It's not something that we have a choice in the matter. And once they're assigned to the town, we then must follow the budget process that is attached to those powers. So I'd like to demonstrate some similarities between our traditional budget process and the new process that the mayor has implemented. One of the mayor's goals was to mirror the traditional process wherever we were able to do so. So as I go through this, we'll explain the changes that we are required to follow and result the differences in the way the budget is tabled and adopted. So on the screen right now, you see a slide that is showing us, this slide has traditionally been in our budget package each year, and this is the budget process that we would follow. And you can see that there's a draft budget, a public meeting on rates and fees, and then another budget, and then a final approval process. And if we move to the next slide, you can see the graphic is very similar. We have a mayor's draft budget, then we have a public meeting for rates and fees, and then the mayor's proposed budget to council. And this is where the new process starts. And you can see in there a new icon for the new veto periods. And then we're back to the budget being adopted. So the process is very, very similar to what we have followed in the past, with this additional legislative veto requirements that we'll add into the process. So I wanted to just show that graphically so that everyone could get a sense that the process is very, very similar to what we have traditionally done, but we have to integrate in now with the new requirements. So what I'd like to say next is, with the 2026 budget process, there's no provision exactly given for a draft budget or a public meeting. These are elements that our mayor has added to the process to make sure that we can still continue with what we've looked at. And the draft process does not start the new amendment and veto periods. So when you're just looking at the draft and we're talking about the public meeting, this is just information that is being shared. We haven't actually started into this formal legislative process. That process will start when the mayor's proposed budget is presented. And that leaves us with the opportunity to gather information from council members and from the public to be able to have that information for the mayor to consider before that proposed budget is coming forward. So then what does happen when that proposed budget is presented? It's distributed to council members, and this will start the opportunity. I'm going to ask if we can just put up on the screen that schedule that I was looking for. I think it's the report. Do you have the report available? Yes. So you can see on this schedule that on November the 13th, that is when the mayor's proposed budget is presented. This is when the process starts. And something to keep in mind here is this is a process, step by step, and once the process finishes, that's when the budget is adopted. So we have to run through each of those processes. So the mayor's proposed budget will be distributed on November 13th, and that starts the 15-day time period for council to consider amendments for the mayor's proposed budget. And as I'm speaking here, I'm making the assumption that council approves today's recommendations. So I have to make an assumption somewhere in order to explain this to you, so that's what I'm going with. Council members will submit their amendments to the clerk, or they may present them during the council meeting that follows on November 27th. Submitting amendments to the clerk will make the process easier for staff because we will be able to be prepared for responding to questions on November 27th. So on the 27th council meeting, the clerk will provide any amendments that have been submitted. And as well, if there are additional amendments that council members want to table at that time, they will be able to do so. And then council will vote on the November 27th meeting what amendments do they want to submit to the mayor for consideration. And those amendments have to be voted on and selected. So you might see 10 amendments be put forward, and the council may decide not to submit any, or they might only select 1 or 2. So that is what the November 27th meeting is really focused on, and that's your major meeting where council really is having input into the proposed budget. Following the November 27th meeting, the process then moves to the mayor's veto period. So this is where I'm speaking about process step by step. First step was present the budget, then council presents the amendments, and now we've moved to the next step where the mayor has an option to veto the council's amendments. If the mayor does not veto the amendments, then once the 1 day passes, or earlier if the mayor informs the clerk right after the meeting that he will not be vetoing the amendments, then the budget would be adopted because the process has ended at that point, and the budget would be adopted, and it would be adopted with the amendments because the mayor did not veto them. Before I continue any further, I just want to ask, are there any questions anybody wants to ask yet? There is a bit more I can describe, but I just want to ask.
Not seeing any.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if the mayor vetoes the council's amendments, then the process continues. And the next step is the 6-day period that council has to veto the mayor's veto. I told you this was dry. Council must have 2/3 vote in order to veto the mayor's veto. If the council does not have the 2/3 vote or elects not to veto, then once the 6-day period ends, the budget is adopted without amendments. If council does have the 2/3 vote to veto, then the mayor's proposed budget process ends and the mayor's proposed budget is adopted with the amendments. That's the process in general. It sounds confusing initially. I think, though, as we start to work with it, you'll get used to it, and it's just where are we in the step process. But keep in mind, once that process ends, that's when the budget is approved. Councillor Timms, you're correct that there's no formal process to be able to say that council approved that budget or there's no motion in the minutes. But what we have an option to consider, I believe, and I'll turn to the clerk if I'm wrong on this, is to be able to put out the mayor's, what's the right word, a mayoral decision, just noting that the budget has been adopted. I believe we have an option like that to do, but it would be hard to find a document otherwise, if we don't do that, stating the budget was adopted. You just have to state that the process ran through, and as long as the process ended, that's when the budget was adopted.
Yeah, and I think the best thing to do would be put out a mayor's decision on the town's website that it has been adopted and it's moved forward so that the public is clear. I think what's important to note here to council and to the public is that, as was noted in the beginning by the CFO, this is not our decision. We have nothing or no ability to change this. We are creatures of the province. The province has said this is how it is now. And so the best as a mayor, and that's going to be 444 eventually, I'm sure, but now it's, I think, about 359, don't hold me to that number, across the province that are now carrying the burden of the budget. And so what I want to be clear on is that once, first of all, The proposed budget that you will see will be coming to council for the first time, not put together by myself alone. That is me sitting down with senior staff and the CFO, as has always been in the past, being put together and then bringing it to present it to council. It's not, I don't just sit in my office and start to put a bunch of numbers on papers and likes and dislikes. This is coming directly because I have chosen to mirror as much as we possibly can the previous process. None of that has changed. The fact that, we're vetoing the veto and vetoing the veto that vetoes the veto, this is the provincial legislation. We've had several conversations on how we feel about that, but it is what it is. And until that changes, it's the process we have to follow. What I will say is that, you can be rest assured that when the budget finally gets to the point where council and the public will be seeing it, it is not done lightly, and it hasn't been done lightly ever in the past. Staff spend a lot of time and effort in each department, in each division, putting these budgets together. And inevitably, they're always told, sharpen the pencil, sharpen the pencil, sharpen the pencil. And when the pencil gets so short you can't write with it, well then, let's try it again. I'll use a phrase from the Premier in the Bear Pit at AMO. And I say this with love and affection, but it's important to note he was talking about his finance minister, and he indicated if you think we're spending money like crazy, he said, I can tell you my finance minister is tighter than the skin on a grape. And as soon as he said that, this lovely picture of our CFO came before me. And I can tell you that it's the same here. Ask the department heads and the division heads how it is when you have to deal with our CFO. She does an amazing job, and she is very responsible and cares about the dollars and cents in this community. So that's a compliment to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you.
You're a beautiful grape, and we look forward to moving forward. My point is, unfortunately, we don't have any options here. Anything that we can change or could have changed to make it the same as it used to be, we have done. It will still be a very open and transparent process because I have elected to make sure that these public meetings are still in place, so on and so forth. Other questions or comments from any members of council? Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, away from the numbers, and this is a part on the advertising to waive the newspaper notice because of, we don't have a newspaper really. I was just wondering, is there a way to use some of the signage we have at the Recplex, the arena, the mobile signs to advertise for the public about the public meeting? Thanks.
Look to Sandra for that.
Sure, absolutely. And through this process, there will be communication. I'm sure we'll sit down, Mayor Smith, I'm sure we'll sit down and talk about, I'm sure there'll be maybe even a statement and a news release. There's all kinds of ways. So we will have a communications plan around the budget. We just haven't prepared one for today.
Thank you. It was mainly for that public meeting?
Oh, yes, of course,
date,
absolutely.
yeah.
That's part of the process.
Yeah, that was the one. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Blanger?
Through the mayor, the terminology has changed, but basically it's the same. Like to approve a budget before, 4 members of council had to approve the budget. 4 members of council can approve any amendment, even if the mayor vetoes it. So it's the final decision on the budget remains the same. If 4 members of council disagree with even amendment that's been vetoed, we can still veto the mayor. Now, I've worked with our mayor for a long time, and I think I think this will be a very process very similar to what we've always done, and 4 votes, which is the quorum of council, is still going to be the same.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms?
Just a final comment from me. I'm reassured that the public meeting will possibly bring some council amendments informed by the community, and they can also shape the outcome. So there's opportunities. I don't think the public should feel that their input is not important, because I think it clearly is. So I feel reassured. Thank you to our CFO.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments? Councillor White?
Ultimately, thank you, Your Worship, through you. Ultimately, I don't think that it matters if it's called the mayor's budget or whatever the budget is. Like, I honestly think that it's the budget for the town of Wasaga Beach, and it's put forward, and the people that sit on this council are going to be held accountable for anything that is done, regardless if it's via strong mayor powers or not. I don't think that the good citizens of Wasaga Beach will tolerate cop-outs or I didn't vote for that stories or whatever. We're here to do a job, and we're all going to do it. So if we have to scream and shout from the rafters to get our points through, I think we will as council members. But other than that, it's the budget for the town.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything else from anyone else? All right, seeing none, we do have a recommended motion then. Sorry, any comments further from staff? Okay, we do have a recommended motion then that the report titled 2026 Budget Schedule to the Council meeting of September 11, 2025 be received, and that Council reduce the time period as set out in subsection 7.3 of OREG 530/22 to pass a resolution making an amendment to the proposed budget from 30 days to 15 days, and that Council reduce the time period as set out in subsection 710 of OREG 530/2022 to override the head of Council's veto of an amendment to the proposed budget from 15 days to 6 days, and that Council waive the newspaper notice requirement in the notice policy related to the budget process. And before I finish, I'll just note that that's because we don't have a newspaper to use for that, so that's why we're doing that. All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, request for proposal, Destination Waterfront Master Plan, award of the contract. This was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor DeLeo. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to just basically make comment. Again, really happy to see this moving forward. Great work on behalf of staff, very quick, timely turnaround to get this through so quickly, and I'm super excited about the public process and definitely getting everybody's voices heard and contributing to this amazing fresh start for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, a lot of my questions were answered already with the presentation. But one question, though. If the province does not give us a grant, is this contract still going to go through to hire this company?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yeah, so we've been working very closely with the Ministry of Tourism. The ministry is currently reviewing all of the feedback that occurred from the environmental registry, so all the comments that have come from the community, not only our residents from around the province. A decision on the transfer will happen sometime this fall. I don't know the exact date, but this process will proceed irrespective of that decision. The only question is who owns the land. The province is locking arms with us. They like what we're doing. They like the direction we're going, so they've agreed that this should proceed irrespective.
And I think to answer your question, though, if I may, Councillor, is will the grant still go through, whether the transfer does or doesn't? Is that what you're asking? Okay, let's clarify that, because the $2 million grant, if you will, that was given to us for the plan has already been committed to. We've received that. Yeah.
Grant go towards this $900,000 to pay for this?
Yeah, through the mayor, the $2 million grant is to pay for this. So this is being paid for by the province, not by the town of Wasaga Beach.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
And that's why I was trying to get to the bottom of where we were going. And I think it's important to point out, because I have heard, why is the province spending money on Nancy Island? Why are they spending money on a grant? And I'll come back to this every time. I get it, there's one taxpayer. But whether it be provincial or federal funding, the province or the federal government is going to spend that money. And I would certainly rather them spend it in Wasaga Beach than anywhere else. Because if they don't spend it here, if we say no, they're going to give it to someone else and spend it there. So it's vitally important that, we understand that. They're going to spend it no matter what. So let's get it spent here in Wasaga Beach so we move forward. All right, other questions or comments from members of council? Sorry, back to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Just given how important this is, and it frustrates myself anyways, just that knowing the details of the opportunity, just the misinformation that's out there, and there's a lot of, untruths that are circulating. Could I ask through the chair, Andrew, are you able to speak to the report and just sort of give a high-level summary in terms of the opportunities that are here for both residents, visitors, and as people who are helping to shape the future of this community? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Katie has joined us here. She is our in-house landscape architect and is the lead on this project. So Katie, welcome. We've heard from you before, but welcome back. And I'm sure we're going to hear from you a lot more in future.
Thank you for that great welcome.
Yeah, I won't go too far down the rabbit hole of addressing some of what's the misinformation that's floating out in the community. The good news is this is going to be a highly transparent and engaging process with our community. So any misinformation, we're going to have lots of opportunity to reset this and correct as we go. We're going to have numerous public meetings, open houses, et cetera, where we can be very clear about what's happening. I will take the opportunity to explain a little bit about the potential transfer or sale. The land that we are talking about, as I mentioned earlier during our first presentation, is 3% of the overall park. It's a tiny sliver. It's a high-profile sliver because it's right on the beach. But in terms of the overall park, this is a very small piece of the park. Allenwood Beach. The town already owns a portion of Allenwood. All that's happening there would be deregulation, taking it out of the provincial park. The town has demonstrated this past summer. We do a phenomenal job. Kevin and his team, hats off to what they accomplished this summer. All the feedback we've heard from residents of Allenwood and New Wasaga is the beach looks the best it's looked in a decade. In fact, residents from New Wasaga came to see the mayor and myself and said, please take over New Wasaga. We want it to look as good as Allenwood does. Well, we can't until this decision is made. The town will not be developing Allenwood Beach. There's no development going to happen on Allenwood. There's no development going to happen on New Wasaga. There is no development going to happen anywhere between the top of the dunes and the water's edge. It's beach. It will always be beach. So that's the one thing we need to correct because there is some misinformation out there. We've demonstrated our ability to manage a beach properly, and I would argue do it a lot better than it's been managed over the decades under Ontario parks. We will not touch dunes. We will not touch beach. Dunes are important. They serve an important feature in our community. So we're not touching any of that. We understand all of the issues that are being raised, whether it's from Birds Canada or environmental defense, et cetera. We understand it. And there are answers to all of these things that are being said. I will share with you, I did take an opportunity to go to the farmer's market a few weeks back. And there was a group from environmental defense standing there, and I showed up in my shorts and my t-shirt. They didn't know who I was. And I listened very carefully to what they were saying. And the message was the town's going to destroy the beach, they're going to bulldoze the dunes, they're going to kill the plovers, and it went on and on and on. I let them speak, and then when they were done, I said, you realize everything you just said is incorrect. Well, no, it's not. That's what the town intends to do. No, that's not what the town intends. Well, how do you know? So I pulled out my business card and I said, here, I work for the town. Oh, well, we want to talk with you. I said, my door is open. That's my phone number. That's my email. Call me. Come see me. You've never made any attempt to come and talk to anybody at the municipality to understand what this process is about, what the province is trying to accomplish here, why we're even having these discussions. You're automatically jumping to hear that this is bad. I said, where are you from? Do you live in the beach? No. Where do you live? I live in Brampton. And the lady that's with you, where do you live? I live in Toronto. Okay, do you understand the history of what's gone on in our community for the last half century? No. Do you understand why we're asking for this? Don't have a clue. Okay, well, maybe that should be the starting place. Come and see us, understand what's going on here, why this is happening, why we've made these asks, and then we're happy to work with you. We see the world through green lenses as well. I'm a landscape architect. I've been trained in ecology and doing the right thing, that everything you're asking for, we understand how to do it. So I hope that message is getting out. We're doing our best to counteract some of it, but I think the process itself will help provide clarity. Back to what's actually being transferred or talked about discussing. So New Wasaga, Allenwood, and then Beach Area 1 and 2. Everything from the dunes to the water's edge, we're not touching. All we're talking about is maintenance approaches. And we'll work through all of that. With respect to any development potential, that's what this process is about, to figure out what our community would like to see on these lands. I would argue they have not lived up to their potential in the last 50 years, and there's a better and higher use than a crumbling parking lot. I hope we can all agree that we can do better than a crumbling parking lot. For those that are digging their heels in and saying no, that's their vision. Well, it's not my vision. It's not what everyone's telling me is their vision for this community. But we get to figure that out together over the next year as to what we can do with those lands. There will be parks. There will be parking. There will be public bathrooms. There will be places to buy an ice cream cone and a coffee and a Coke. But there will also be some development. I don't know what it looks like. We'll figure it out together. But again, we need to remember we tore down businesses, shops, restaurants, hotels to create parking lots. Now we get the opportunity to undo that mistake that was made in the late 60s, early 70s, and we're going to do it together in an open and transparent way. And everyone has a seat at the table, whether you're friends of the Nancy, friends of the Plumber, it doesn't matter. We're going to engage with you all, we're going to listen, and we're going to create the right plan for the next 50, 100 years. Hopefully that addresses some of what's going on in the community.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship Supplemental. Thank you for that oversight, because that is what I understand it to be as well. And although, yes, initially there'll be some heavy lifting in terms of getting the beaches restored back to pristine condition like we did with Allenwood, there's also all that parking revenue that we are going to be able to utilize to offset some of those expenses. So some of the narrative that's going on about how, downloading or, the tax burden to the resident of Wasaga Beach, I don't think when the business case comes forward, and the business case will come through this planning process as you're describing, will help to share financially what that looks like. And personally myself, I think there's going to be a tremendous opportunity, not only being able to direct our future for our community, but also in realized revenues to help offset these investments that we need to make and to get to reset this course. So thank you very much for the information.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor DeLeo. No, you've already spoke. You've said, okay, no problem. I wanted to come back to you before I went. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Andrew, for that explanation. Katie, anything to add?
I just think this is an amazing opportunity that the town has in front of them, and Urban Strategies will be a great partner for us to think big and think about those next 50 to 100 years.
Thanks, Katie, and I, from what I've seen so far, I think we've got the right individual leading that, so I think we'll see some very positive stuff. This will be a very open and transparent opportunity where people will be able to come in, sit down at the table, as with the downtown master plan, with the experts, and talk about it, have discussions, get answers, give thoughts, give ideas, and together we will come up with a plan that is first and foremost best for our residents and our community. And as Sandra often says, a great place to visit, or a great place to live is a great place to visit. So just imagine, right? Okay, I do have a recommended motion here that the report title Request for Proposal EDO 2025-02 Destination Waterfront Master Plan Award of Contract to the Council meeting of September 11, 2025 be received, and that Council award the contract ED 02025-02 for the Destination Waterfront Master Plan to Urban Strategies, Inc. for the price stipulated in their submission bid, and that the CAO be delegated authority to execute an agreement with Urban Strategies, Inc. in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Gaming. Before I go to the question, Andrew, do you want to just give a little history and background, or do you have that with respect to Urban Strategies?
I can certainly do that, yes. So Urban Strategies, local Toronto firm based in Toronto. I mentioned previously that was a requirement. We had to, we were prohibited from hiring an American firm because of what's going on globally. Urban Strategies is based in Toronto. All of the sub-consultants are also based in the GTA. They know the area well. Urban USI is generally regarded as one of the top 5 urban design planning firms in the world. They do work internationally, a lot of work in the UK, down in the Caribbean, all over the United States, all over Canada. So very well-known, very talented firm. They're known for creating beautiful master plans, viable master plans, but what really sets them apart is their strategies. They always create implementation strategies that are very real and very easy to understand, and it's almost the playbook. Do this. This is step 1. This is step 2. This is step 3. They've assembled a team that, in my opinion, is top-notch, and Katie might want to... Do you want Katie to explain some of the team, or just...
I want whichever one of you wants to make sure the public understands who they are to explain.
So let me pass the microphone to Katie, because I want our community to get to know Katie a little bit as well. So why don't you walk them through the team that Urban has?
So Urban's put together a pretty solid team that does have some consultants that are down in the GTA, but they also have brought in some local consultants as well that the community most likely will recognize. They have Tatham Engineering, and they also have Azimuth Consulting, which is an environmental firm out of Barrie. So they will be completing the EIS to ensure that all the environmental issues and constraints are evaluated through ecological science. So they've also brought with them a GPA, which is an architectural firm down in Toronto. I don't know if you want to expand on GPA. So GPA blends a lot of residential, hospitality, and commercial experience. They are one of the top consultants for architecture down in Toronto, and they're going to bring a lot of that expertise, and they know the feel of our community. So they don't just want to bring what's down in Toronto to Wasaga Beach. They understand what Wasaga Beach is and what our feel is going to be. So they'll play a large part in creating some of those urban design guidelines that will help develop the community feel down at that beachfront. So at the end of the day, it's going to be Wasaga Beach, and it's going to have our feel. It's not going to be an offset of Toronto. They're also bringing with them a landscape architect, Studio TLA, and they are one of the top landscape architectural firms down in Toronto. They do work all over Ontario, though. And they are a great asset in building those public community squares that we will appreciate as residents, as long as also with the visitors. So I've already touched upon Tatum Engineering, and I've also touched upon Azimuth, who come with extensive knowledge of the area. They'll also bring with them Tropic Design, which will be an Indigenous advisor to the consulting process. Bankins is a tourism company that specializes in strategic communication with a strong focus on tourism, which is one of the main requirements of the RFP, was to bring a strong understanding of tourism and also economic and marketing. That role, economic and marketing, will be filled by NBCL, which is one of the lead economic and marketing analysis teams in Ontario. And that rounds off the entirety of the team that Urban Strategies has brought forth.
So it's a top-notch multidisciplinary team. They should be able to address anything that may emerge during this process and get us a very realistic visionary plan. At the end of this, it will include costing, action strategies, a phasing plan, implementation plan, et cetera. So it's going to be an exciting year. We will start getting the process up and running fairly shortly. We're meeting next week, subject to council's approval, and moving forward, and we'll get public meetings, opportunities for the public to engage, advertised very quickly, so we can get the process moving.
Excellent. Thank you very much, team. Anything further, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm mentioning with the community meetings, do you see those sort of happening prior to a lot of our snowbirds potentially leaving, just so that we can really maximize the community involvement?
I hope so. Our goal is to get a starter ideas plan created before Christmas. So I'm hoping we can squeeze in a few meetings early October before people start to drift south.
I don't think you're going to see nearly as many people drifting south this winter as we have in the past. But at the end of the day, we can't stop the ship because people have lifestyle changes and whatnot. So we're going to do our very best, I'm sure, but we need to keep moving.
Actually, one thing we could do, and one thing I think we will try to do, is offer an online opportunity to engage. So we can do in-person workshops, public meetings. We can also do that online. We'll probably build that into the process. So wherever you are in the world, you can dial in and be part of the process.
Excellent point. Thank you, Andrew. All right, anything further from other members? Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship. Thank you, Andrew, for asking Katie to speak. And Katie, thank you. I had gone online and looked up urban strategies and saw them, but I never dug deeper into their partners. And that is really important, and thank you for that today.
All right, anything else from anyone else? All right, we do have a recommended motion that the report titled Request for Proposal, I've already read it. I'm not going to read it again. There's nothing further. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Ego. Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I think it's important to note that on the agenda was the water reports. And our good friends and partners from Aqua had 5 members of their team here in case there were questions. There wasn't, but I think it's important to note that they took the time and the effort to be here with a great team, and Aqua's an amazing partner. They look after us very well, and we're planning to continue to move forward with them, so wanted to get that out there. All right, the next item on the agenda then is the Recreation Facilities Banner Policy, and this was pulled by Councillor Ego. Before I do that, Councillor Chris, did you have anything that you wanted to point out on that report?
Certainly, I could just give a brief introduction. Council may remember a couple months ago, we had a discussion and there was a request referred back to staff in order to bring forward a policy. I've worked with Jenny Marlett, our Supervisor of Recreation Services, to develop a policy. many of you have seen, minor sport banners typically hung in the arena for minor hockey tournament championships, and sometimes we have some figure skating ones now as well. So that is a standard banner, and we've developed a second tier for exceptional athletic recognition. And the details, in order for the town to sort of manage these ideas brought forward from the community within reason, and to give council an opportunity to weigh in on some of these exceptional banners, have been outlined in a simple policy that we're ready to utilize should council approve the report and the policy proposed today.
Thank you very much, Chris. Okay, Councillor Eagle, go ahead.
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, I wanted to thank Chris and Jenny very much and the other staff involved. This has been a long time in the making, and I don't think people realize how long it has taken, to have this policy in place, especially on the exceptional, as you say, have the banners. But it came across my desk in early 2023 about an exceptional athlete. And but there wasn't a banner policy in place that could address that, so it has taken a lot of thought, and I think you've done amazing on it. And that's all I'll say on that, on the exceptional athlete. So to have that category is paramount, and thank you for all of that. And that I remember there were questions at council before about a hockey arena. Well, we can put these banners there, but you've addressed that each exceptional athlete would have their own venue, and hockey arenas are skating and hockey. And I think that this was a long time coming, years, and that you've taken, I think, everything into account that I could think on, and maybe other councillors have questions on it, but kudos for you for working on this so diligently. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Just a comment, Your Worship. I actually had a conversation with Councillor Eagle about it, and she answered some of my questions really well. But I did want to commend Chris on the mention that was made about using the scissor lifts where possible in coordinating with other things that were happening, because they're expensive equipment to rent. So thank you for that consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else have questions or comments? Seeing none, we do have a recommended motion then that the report titled Town of Wasaga Beach Recreation and Facilities Banner Policy to the Council meeting of September 11th, 2025 be received, and that the Town of Wasaga Beach Recreation Facilities Banner Policy attached as Appendix A be approved. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Eagle and Councillor Timms, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now on to the next item, Township of Clearview letter dated August 12th, 2025, re-inclusion of non-plug-in vehicles in Canada ZEV mandate. And this was pulled by Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess not a shock that I pulled it. I'd like to send a letter, sorry, not surprisingly, right? I'd like to send a letter of support to Clearview, but I would need a seconder so I could continue with this.
I'm going to look to our clerk. We've received the letter. Do you have a motion prepared for this, Madam Clerk?
I do. Thank you, Your Worship. Let me just scroll up here. Councillor DeLeo moved, and the motion would be that Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the Township of Clearview's resolution urging the federal government to revise the ZEV mandate to include non-plug-in hybrid vehicles as eligible zero-emission vehicles, and further, that this resolution be forwarded to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, known as AMO, all municipalities in Simcoe, MP Terry Dowdall, Simcoe Gray, for their awareness and support.
All right, thank you. So I just needed that read, so then someone will know if they want to second it. So moved by Councillor DeLeo. Do we have a seconder for this? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All right, Madam Clerk.
May I go on?
Questions or comments? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay. So the federal government has imposed a zero-emission vehicle mandate to take effect by 2035. That means gas-powered vehicles will not be made available in Canada by 2035 and banned. This is a scary thought. Thankfully, the federal government just last week put a hold on a 20% target for 2026. Hopefully, it will be on hold for a while. I know many auto manufacturers are relieved for now. Then in 2030, it raises to a 60% target, and by 2035, the target is slated for 100% gas-free vehicles. I am not in favor of this mandate. It is not realistic for most Canadians and car manufacturers, as you can see by their sales for EV vehicles. I can go on about EV vehicles, but I will refrain. Earlier this year, just so you know, Honda in Alliston did announce it will pause its $15 billion project to build an electric vehicle and battery plant next to its facility. EVs simply are not selling. Although I do support non-plug-in hybrids as an alternative, people, I believe, should have a choice in what to drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thanks for keeping that brief. Appreciate it. It's a passion for sure. All right, anyone else have questions or comments? Councillor Ego.
Thank you. Okay, so you really know my ignorance here. I have family that drive EVs. What is a non-plug-in? Like, one has a hybrid, but I think they still plug that in.
No, so there are some hybrids that you can plug in, but I think the majority of hybrids you don't have to plug in. They work off your braking power and the energy from your engine.
Okay, we have the one that they do plug in because I've had to, so thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Councillor Blair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although hybrids are very expensive compared to gas-powered. But they are worth it. So when you're driving, it does charge your battery, so you don't have to plug it in. Yeah. So I think it's a great option. But again, it's cost. A lot of families can't afford them. I know they're like $20,000, $25,000 more per car. It's very costly. So unless they bring those costs down, make it realistic, the average Canadian that's on a budget will not be able to afford them.
All right, thank you very much. You have, we have a resolution. Would you read it one more time, Madam Clerk?
Yes, absolutely, Your Worship. That Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the Township of Clearview's resolution urging the federal government to revise the ZEB mandate to include non-plug-in hybrid vehicles as eligible zero-emission vehicles, and further that the resolution be forwarded to AMO, all municipalities in Simcoe County, MP Terry Dowdall, Simcoe Grey, for their awareness and support.
Great, so we have that moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk, can you call the question, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And then the next item is the Municipality of Tweed letter, collaborative action on sustainable waste management in Ontario. This was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I thought this one was quite timely. As you know, a lot of conversations about garbage happened at County Council. And it's a very passionate subject. It usually adds an hour to the conversation because it is so impactful to everyday life for every resident in Simcoe County. And sadly, despite having as many transfer stations and whatnot, investments that we've made in waste management in the county, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have about 6 months to a year left in terms of capacity here locally. And then 100% of our waste that cannot be managed through a transfer station is 100% going south of the border. And when we look at what's going on south of the border right now and potential tariffs and all kinds of things, you know, how do we as a community, a council, a county, a province even, be able to financially project long-term what that kind of cost is going to be? So this conversation of incineration has happened several times at County Council, many times brought up by yourself, Mayor Smith, and others at the table. And I think, you know, we need to really realistically start looking at it. Nobody wants to talk about garbage. We don't like garbage. We don't like the waste that it produces when you burn it or incinerate it, but we produce it. And until we get some really aggressive stance to a zero net carbon production, we need to come up with something else. So I really support this letter, and I think that we should not only share it with the municipalities, but perhaps also include the county of council as well, so that it comes to that floor, so that we can also have a conversation at that level, would be my recommendation as just an adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments on this? Councillor Ego?
Thank you, through your worship, and it's a question on it. I thought the county of Simcoe has a contract for about 29 years with a incineration plant. No, there's no such thing with the county?
No, I mean, the county has been looking at all of our options, because as the deputy has said, we're 6 months to a year, if it's that, out from having no more capacity in our waste stations, in our dumps. And so everything will be getting trucked south, whether it be Toronto area and south of the border, no doubt. It's a very large amount of waste, and it's going to be very expensive to do that. It's expensive to run landfill sites, but trucking it is not going to be cheap, that's for sure. And we are now then at the mercy of whomever down the line to make sure we get rid of our garbage in a half decent, sustainable, and cost-effective way. So to the deputy mayor's point, kudos to our colleagues at the municipality of Tweed for putting this forward, because there absolutely needs to be a solution. And I'm not saying that incineration is the solution, but it's probably one of, if not the best solution that we're aware of today. And yes, it creates ash that is not good for the environment, and now we've got to find out how to deal with that. But it's not any different than batteries, if you think about it, right? We've got all these vehicles with batteries, and we don't know what we're going to do with those batteries when they're done yet. But we know we have to find a solution. And I think that this is probably the most cost-effective solution, but only cost-effective if a company, a corporation, or a municipality has enough commitment from other municipalities to use that incineration, because it is grossly expensive to build these facilities. The county has looked at it. The county is looking at everything in that is possible, that is affordable by the residents of the county of Simcoe. Building our own station is simply not. If we could have guarantees by a large amount of customers, that would make sense, but tough to get those without, what's first, the chicken or the egg, right? So it's a garbage conversation that is, it takes a lot of time at county council when it comes up, and rightfully so. So the options are what they are, but right now, it won't be long, we'll be trucking everything south. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you for that. Yes, I come from Peel, and it was Peel Resource Recovery Inc. was the name, and I believe that plant was built around easily 30 years ago, if not 35 years ago. And people, of course, but so I think, yeah, definitely a portion of our future is to have incineration along with recycling. So that plant's been there 35 years and bodes well. So thank you.
Recycling is very important, and green bins are important. We often see a lot of green bins not used. Now, there could be good reason for that. People have some of their own compost. They have carburetors or whatever that they use. But every bit counts, right? It's a tough one. We create a lot of garbage, that's for sure. Anyone else have questions or comments on this? All right, do you have a resolution, Madam Clerk, so we can get a seconder on this? I'm assuming Deputy Mayor Snell wants to move it, so.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It's a little bit lengthy, so to bear with me. That the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the Municipality of Tweed's correspondence titled Collaborative Action on Sustainable Waste Management in Ontario, and that this Council urges the Government of Ontario to establish a provincial working group consisting of representatives from municipalities, the provincial and federal government, and manufacturing industry partners, commit to exploring and implementing clean incineration technologies, enhancing recycling programs, and adopting other innovative waste management strategies. Take immediate steps to reduce the environmental impact of waste disposal across Ontario in a manner that is equitable, efficient, and future-focused. And further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Premier Doug Ford, MECP, leaders of the opposition party, local MPPs, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Municipality of Tweed, and the County of Simcoe.
All right, members of council, you've heard the question. Could I have a seconder for this, please? Seconded by Councillor Ego and moved by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 14 on the agenda is recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have none. And item 15 is council requests for staff report. I have none except one that I wish to put forward, so I'm going to pass the chair over to Deputy Mayor Snell so as that I can put my motion forward.
Thank you, Your Worship. So seeing that you're putting it forward, you're raising the motion, can we get a seconder for it, please, to get it on the floor? Councillor Ego? Okay, go ahead.
No, sorry. I'm going to, Madam Clerk?
Sorry, if we could just turn the floor back to Mayor Smith to read what he's requesting, and then we'll get a seconder, please.
Afterwards? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that. Go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Snell. So, you know, it's been one of those summers that has been a great summer, and you know, we've had a lot of interest and conversation and a lot of problems, quite frankly, for staff here at the town with respect to watercraft rentals on Georgian Bay and on the Wasaga River. And, you know, we've had to go through the process of, you know, getting a court injunction in order to stop one watercraft business from operating illegally in the town of Wasaga Beach without a license. And did have a license but wasn't following the rules in the beginning, and then revoked the license and refused to quit operating. So this has taken a lot of time and effort. This is not the only summer that staff are spending a lot of resources dealing with these types of businesses. So I would put the following motion forward, that I would like to request a staff report regarding a comprehensive review and impact of commercial operation of watercraft on the Wasaga River and Georgian Bay. Review to include detailed hours and money spent by the municipality in managing business owners, operators, and public complaints. Recommendations for council's consideration should form the staff report to be brought back well with and in advance of the 2026 boating season. That would be my motion.
Thank you, Your Worship, and moved by yourself and seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor White. And at this point, now that we have it on the floor, if there's any comments or questions, please. Councillor White, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this forward. It's time to open this can of worms. I live on the river, and I see this every day, and I've been called out to come do site visits by operators and tourism operators and all this sort of stuff, and I can tell you the bad behavior of the sea-doos on the river is putting lives at risk every day. The stuff I've seen, my wife and I pulled a sea-doo rental customer out of the water. She was clinging to life on the back of her upside-down sea-doo with an ill-fitting life jacket. That meant she wasn't physically able to pull herself up onto her machine, so she was in the water. But the jacket was pushing up against her throat, stopping her from breathing. So she would go through moments of trying to get up onto her machine, running out of energy, sinking back down, running out of air. And it took my wife, one of our daughters, and myself getting in the water, getting the machine over, and the three of us to lift her back up onto her machine. She was supposed to be escorted. She was not. The cohort that she was out with was miles away over off of Collingwood shores. They'd gone that far and left her behind unaccounted for. People will die on these machines if they're not regulated properly. We need to have legislation that allows us to get in there and do what's necessary to make sure that we get compliance with whatever rules and regulations we come up with, be able to seize equipment if needed. This dangerous situation needs to have more control by the town. I applaud every moment that we can take to put boater safety in the forefront, not only on the river but on the bay. This is a tourist destination. We are not to supposed to be manufacturing dead people in the water. We need to make sure that we manufacture fun in the sun.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'm just going to remind everybody we're not here at this point to comment or debate about jet skis or their operation or what we've experienced in the past or this summer. It's simply on the motion that the mayor has brought forward in regards to the request for the staff report. So are there any questions or comments in regards to staff reports request? Go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snow. This report will be for all water sports, right? Boats, like everything, not just at skis, correct?
If I may, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is for all commercial watercraft. So not just jet skis, whether it be boats, whether it be tourism boats, whether it be boats that pull kites, whatever it is, if it's a commercial watercraft on the water. And I want to be clear, that could include personal watercraft that are part of rental businesses, because now, in my opinion, they become commercial watercraft.
So if I may, kayaks, would they be included in that?
No, motorized.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Blanchet.
Just for clarity and possibly a requested amendment is, we've talked about the speed on the river numerous times. I think it is integral to what we're talking about. So if you're already intending that that would be an aspect of the staff report, that would be great. If not, I would ask for an amendment that the review include the impact of the current speed limit on the river.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So yes, this would be a comprehensive review with recommendations to Council on all items that could be proposed, appreciating that some are federally and provincially regulated, but all recommendations would form options for Council to consider. And that is, it does include speeding, yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supplemental, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it might be a little bit of a waste of energy when we talk about regulating the speed on the river, only because, A, this topic has been broached by this council before and councils previous. These Sea-Doo operators do not go up the river. It's not necessarily a speed issue on the river with the commercial vehicles going up the river. That might be a very laborious, costly, ultimately dead-end situation. I wouldn't focus on that. I would focus on policies that legislate how they operate and the ability to, what the town can do to take the ability to step in and stop bad behavior.
Thank you, Councillor White. Is there any further comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll pass the chair back to Mayor Smith, please. Sorry. So we'll call for the vote. Madam Chair?
It's not a recorded vote, so you may proceed. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Go ahead, back to the chair.
#17 is closed session. So I think what we're going to do at this point is it's 1 o'clock. I think we're going to break for 30 minutes, or 34 minutes. Let's go 1:30, and then we'll reconvene, and at that time we'll be going into closed session. I'll read the motion now for closed session.
If we could.
Thank you. All right, so item number 17 is closed session with the recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the September 11, 2025 council meeting will be moved into closed session to consider the following matters: 17.12.1, an HR matter, and 17.12.2, committee memberships. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimous. So we're going to take 32 minutes now for lunch, and at 1:30 we'll come back and resume in closed session. Thank you.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. And we've now come back into open session from closed session and lunch. And I'll turn it over to our clerk, Nicole, for a rise and report. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on September 11th, 2025 at 12:57 p.m. Council also did break for lunch from 1 p.m. to 1:30. Council discussed the following items: 17.3.1 HR matter in accordance with Section 239(2)B and 239(2)D of the Municipal Act. Council discussed item 17.3.2, committee membership in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. As a result of those discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Thank you, Your Worship.
Madam Clerk, and moving on to item 19 on the agenda is bylaws. And we have a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and to be deemed to be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. 19.12, 2025-39, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2025-37, being a bylaw to authorize the collection of the costs of construction of Joanne Crescent as a local improvement charge upon benefiting landowners and the provisions of the Municipal Act 2001. 19-13, 2025-40, a bylaw to appoint municipal law enforcement officers for the town of Wasaga Beach. 19.14, 2025-41, a bylaw to exempt certain lands from part of lot control pursuant to Section 50, subsection 7 of the Planning Act in respect to lands described as Block 779, Registered Plan 51M-1235, being parts of 1 to 6 in the town of Wasaga Beach in the county of Simcoe. And 19.15, 2025-42, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council, the corporation of the town of Wasaga Beach at its regular council meeting held Thursday, September 11th, 2025. Questions or comments on these bylaws? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.